Okay, we are broadcasting, and the channel I believe is going to be live here in a moment, and there it is. So, hello everyone, and welcome to Adventure on So Many Levels. We're going to play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Woo!
I'm Christiana Ellis, and I am the Dungeon Master. Our players tonight: Paul Weimer as Xenophon,
I've received my first hug. I hope this story your heart will tug.
Jason Banks as Exel,
Greetings, everyone. I got a hug too.
Nobilis as Canthan,
Hi there.
and David Archambault as Dianok.
Looks are good.
Yes. Alas, we are short Lee Burdett tonight, but a nasty bloke named Ian has robbed her of her electricity. So,
Bad
um,
Ian.
yeah, so we
That's
are
right.
unable to have her have Flounce with us in the adventure tonight. But we are going to be continuing our campaign of Journeys Through the Radiant Citadel. Uh, Everybody had a great time on the adventure in Sansitlan last time, but they have returned to uh, the Radiant Citadel, and I think there's some a lot of bureaucracy that is slowly processing. The gears are turning towards perhaps having you formally inducted into the shield bearers. However, it's been made clear to you that you know you're in. You just have to wait for all of the clockworks to align, so to speak.
Gotta wait for the paperwork to clear.
Wait a minute. I'm from Limbo, not Mechanist.
Well, that's all right. I think you in limbo also teaches you how to wait.
Yes.
So, in any case, I think that one can imagine that Flounce has been called away on some errand to that she must deal with for the moment. But um, when you are each of you receive a messenger from the shield bearers that there's potentially a job for you. What? Let's have a brief little vignette for each of you, just like what are you doing, and then just as another opportunity to describe your character physically, like what are they doing when the messenger finds them?
Xenophon, our Githzerai bard, who's about 5.5 feet tall, has purplish grayish skin, is wandering around, talking with vendors in the market, still trying to get his hands around this whole idea of the Citadel and who comes here, and learning more when said messenger finally catches him up. He's ready to talk to half a dozen vendors, tried half a dozen foods, has not gotten sick, thankfully, this time, and is happy to get a message regarding something that the shield bearers need. So yeah, and yes, he's a guitar bard. If I make it clear, he's a bard, but he doesn't have a musical instrument. He uses his voice.
All right. What about Exel? I think you're muted.
Mm. Yep. Axel actually took some time once they got back and kind of got settled in. He took some time to actually meditate and think about like all the different things that he's come across, like with the festival that they had just dealt with and learned about and remembrance and stuff like that. Because he's kind of thinking about his own family and upbringing because he doesn't really have a lot of closeness or any really big ties to that, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of doing that. He's a very large and gaunt, slightly sickly looking herringon with who's about 7 feet once you take in the ears for a count. Um, but when the messenger comes, he kind of opens the door, a little tilt of the head, and um, takes the message. He was almost hoping that it would be immediate that they had to go do stuff. Like but it's fine.
I
Idle hands and all that.
I think it's probably been a couple of days.
Okay,
What
but
about
yeah.
Kent? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Did you
Oh
have
no, I
more?
was saying, but yeah,
Okay.
that's he was just kind of taking it in and relaxing.
All right. What about Kent then?
Panthan is wearing his spandy new splint mail, which he's quite proud of. So he's not wearing any tabards or anything over it. It's like, oh, this is more money than he has spent on his own in a long time. And he is in a a shop where they sell cooking equipment. You know, like a Bed Bath and Beyond type place. There's all these different cooking implements on the walls, and he is going through all of the hammers, the things that you use to whack food with, tenderizing hammers and crab hammers and all those kinds of things, to try to judge which one would actually work as a throwing hammer as well as a working hammer. Uh, so the person who's the shop clerk there is completely mystified as to whether why anyone would make such a thing. But that's what he's doing. Um, he is a neither tall nor short fellow. He's got a jaunty hat with a feather in it now, um, and he's yeah, he's enjoying his newfound wealth.
Nice.
He's a
You
friendly
know,
fellow.
I learned how to throw a meat cleaver like a throwing axe. I can learn how to throw a tenderizing hammer as a throwing hammer too. It can't be that hard. And the shop clerk is like, okay, sure, guy, whatever. Just do you want the camera or not?
The real question is, when is Canthan going to cook up some radiant Citadel cuisine? Like, maybe go to one of these places, get some luxury food items.
Mm.
Cooking party.
Depending on how long we've had downtime, he might very well have done that already.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So Dianok has spent this couple of days basically camped out in a library. They are a wood elf. Um, they're about 5'10" height, uh, blue eyes, brown hair, bronze skin, and uh, they have been studying as much history, understanding the worlds that the Radiant Citadel attack communicates with, and the Radiant Citadel itself as much as possible on these 2 days, and kind of almost been driving themselves, uh, like just trancing as little as needed to not get exhaustion and just focus.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that you would notice uh, about Dianok is they are missing both of their middle fingers, and around wrist is kind of a almost like a bangle bracelet that has the bones from those missing fingers and is Dianok's spellbook.
Thanks. So, uh, the four of you have been summoned with news that there is another potential job for you, somewhat similar to the way that Flounce and Xenophon were asked to speak with someone ahead of time last time. You meet a hold on just a moment. I just realized didn't have the let's see. I have to um, there we go. Yeah, sorry, I needed a description of this person. So the you are introduced to a human man from the land of Zinda, who introduces himself as Captain Adan, and he says, "I have a relative." This guy has neatly trimmed facial hair, and he's wearing a red vest. And he says, I have a rather delicate request that I wasn't sure that I could take to anyone um, in the city where I live because it's well, perhaps I should just explain the nature of the issue. Is that uh, the the kings of coin are the governing body of Zinda, and they are very rich. They are powerful politically, and they basically run everything. And for the most part, they keep much of the city happy. So there's not been a lot of movement towards changing the political system, and that is something that my group has been trying to solve. And I think that we have ended up sticking ourselves with a bit of a branding problem. Our group has come to be known as the Bloodletters, which was always supposed to be a metaphor of being willing to give of yourself as opposed to killing others, and yet there's been some confusion and it's not really been easy to resolve.
You didn't run this by anybody before you started, did you?
Well, it's funny that an anti aristocracy cell that operates around the law doesn't tend to have big town hall meetings where you discuss these things. And
I can see the problem.
so sometimes you have to run with what sticks, even if it does have friction with as a result. And so it is not something that this specific problem is not the reason I come here, but rather it is the reason that we, I believe, are being targeted to take the blame for something that we are not doing. You see, someone has been planning attacks, attempted assassinations on the family members of the Kings of Coin. And this is not what we do. I'm quite certain that this is not coming from anyone in our ranks. And yet, we are a convenient scapegoat for those who are looking for someone to blame for it. And so, as a result, I was hoping that a non-corrupt investigation could perhaps find the real culprits so that we are not made an example of, despite our having nothing to do with whatever these attacks are.
How large is your group?
Not as large as we would like. We have a lot of people who are supporters in principle but don't actually do anything, if you follow me. We
Yes.
have lots of people who perhaps might contribute a little bit of money or resources from time to time but don't do any fighting or, active work in such a way that, might put their names at risk, right?
Yes, the reason why I ask this is that you've declaimed it being the responsibility of your group that these attacks have occurred, but it is possible, depending on the size of your group and the organization, that a member of your group might be doing this on their own recognizance
So I
for
guess what
various
I would
reasons.
say is
And if we were,
I don't believe that that is the case. However, to be certain, if proof were to be found that that is the case, I would want to know about it, because this is absolutely not what the bloodletters stand for, branding concerns aside.
That's where I was. That's what I was getting at. If the trail winds up to one of your own,
Yes.
what
Our
would you
goal
have on
is
this?
that this political power and the wealth associated should not be so concentrated in the hands of just a few. That is our goal, and the idea that the family members of the Kings of Coin should be murdered is really not actually very much aligned with our political aims.
It is a rather radical
That's not
program.
what we're doing. Because, as I mentioned, it is not even the Kings of Coin themselves being attacked, it is their families. And so I guess what I would say is, if the investigation leads you to someone within our ranks, I would want to know about it, but I do not believe that that is the case.
Well, we've done a number of investigations of various sorts now. I believe we can potentially help you. I'll look at my other companions for their input.
That's probably a cue for the companions to.
That's
offer their
probably
input
that
if
is
they
the
have
cue for
some.
the companions to say something.
Sorry, I kind of zoned out.
Okay, so
So are we agreed that we might help? Might help?
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
yes.
It sounds like exactly the kind of thing I'm in on
Yes.
board for.
All right.
And yes, and I feel like this feels far more nefarious than it should be, especially if people are being assassinated and or attempted to anyway. Especially if it's not the figures themselves or their family. It's like a intimidation tactic, so to speak.
Well,
Uh,
intimidation or false flag.
it's absolutely something that seems like an excuse to eliminate our group and to make it seem as though belonging to the bloodletters is a shameful thing, and that we are, simply violent criminals, as opposed to people lobbying for political change, which has been, frankly, an uphill battle for the last 5 years or so, because ever since the creation of the jelly flower, jelly wine and other products made from this flour have made a lot of people very rich, including the Kings of Coin, of course, most of all, but they've been spreading their largesse around in a way that has made them more popular than ever, frankly.
and has anyone actually died from these attempts, or
Not so far, because they have security, but it seems only a matter of time.
Do you have a list or a guide to who has been attacked? We may wish to inquire at the scenes of the crime, as it were, to get more details.
I don't have that, but at the very least, I can give you the names of the Kings of Coin themselves.
That would be acceptable. Thank you.
All right, if someone is ready to write it down, I can read them.
Yes.
Okay. So, Grand Messer Amos Nir, Amos spelled like this normal name, and then Nir, is the head of the Kings of Coin and represents the jelly trade. Jelly is spelled Jeli, which I think probably most of you would have heard of, at least in passing, which is in particular, jelly wine is pretty new to the market, but it's very tasty and has become kind of almost a fad. Meaning it's just one of those things where nobody had ever heard of it until all of a sudden it's everywhere, but also it's pretty good.
Unlike other fads that we've had in the past, like Zima.
Well, it's certainly true
Yes.
that there are some fads that burn out quickly because the product cannot actually sustain the buzz. But it at the very least, jelly wine does seem like it's good wine. It's it's on the sweet side, but it's full. It doesn't tends to lead to a hangover the way some sweet wines do. In any case, so Amos Neer is the head of the Kings of Coin, represents the jelly trade. He is the wealthiest, most influential leader in Zinda.
Okay.
Madam Kit Mata represents the grocers trade. Madam Samira Ara, Arah, represents the jewelers trade, and is the head of security for the Kings of Coin as well, which is known as the Silent Verse.
Okay, very useful.
Also, she is the newest member of the Kings of Coin. Like she has only just in the last year or so joined their ranks. Messer Solon Avim represents the weavers trade. Mix MYX, so like a non-binary honorific there. Nargis Ruba represents the tavern keepers trade, and Mix Massimo Ein represents the smiths trade.
So Grandmaster Amos, Madam Kit, Madam Samira, Master Sola, Mix Nargis, and Mix Massimo.
Yeah, and so far, as I mentioned, the Silent Verse is their own private security, and they have thwarted the attacks so far. But the attacks have not stopped, and the pressure of their investigation, to me, feels like it is looking for an excuse or a scapegoat rather than the true perpetrator.
Okay, I didn't catch who Nargis represents again.
Nargis
Tavern
Ruba
keepers?
is the tavern keepers trade.
Tavern keepers. Got it. Got it. Okay, thank you. Got it all.
Yeah. So the currently the 10-day festival known as the March of Vice is happening in Zinda, and this seems likely to increase the proximity of the attacker to the Kings of Coin, because it is sort of, there's lots of parades and celebrations and parties where it is expected that the Kings of Coin are among the people. And as a result, of course, they just, there's lots more crowds and such. So I would expect that more attacks may be imminent.
It would seem that time is of the essence.
Ah,
And
so-
another party
Yes.
in the streets, gentlemen.
Yes. So the last piece of this is that I should probably not accompany you back to Zinda, just because if there is any notion of association between your group and mine, you will not get any cooperation from the Kings of Coin themselves.
That's fair. That's fair. We would want to be impartial and not be prejudiced against as well as for any particular
Well,
aspect.
I was more thinking that they would stonewall you, but that's good too, I suppose.
Very well.
All right. So you gather your things and you make ready to travel to the land of Zinda. The Concord gem, which travels to Zinda, is made of bastite, which is one of the harder to describe gems, frankly. It is a little bit like when you see a polished one, it's a little bit like polished granite, although it can have these sort of very striking, like layered colors to it.
Okay.
And I've now put you on.
Sometimes called dragon bloodstone.
Oh,
Ooh.
So it's got some mottled sections that kind of look like a greenish granite, but then it's got these veins of red that run through it.
mm-hmm.
Hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a real mineral. Yep, absolutely. A hydrated magnesium silicate, a variety of serpentine occurring from the alteration of orthorhombic pyroxene such as enstatite. In other words, it's a volcanic rock that undergoes a lot of metamorphosis. Geology is good for something.
Mhm.
So
Uh,
where does the Concord gem land?
well, it lands. Hang on, if I can actually get there, we go. So, it lands you in a jungle outside of the city of Zinda, um, and so as it as you are brought down into the this hang on, there we go. Yeah, so there's apparently a caravan that has come with you, and so you are basically able to just follow them along a pre-existing road that leads you into the city. And so heat rises from the jungle floor and clings to the broad leaves in the canopy above. Ahead, an elephant sways drowsily. Its rider groans and stretches, and then rejoins the ululating marching chant. As the forest thins, the gleaming gates of the trade city of Zinda appear a mile ahead. And and so you basically it's a fairly narrow but well worn road, and so there are lots of people on this caravan who are in high spirits because they're excited to be coming to Zinda in time for the March of Vice. And I suppose if anyone was interested in seeing what they know about Zinda, we could do a couple of like history rolls, or if you had done any research ahead of time.
I'm definitely
Well, that
interested in
yes.
seeing
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Xenophon would have tried anyway.
Sure.
So let's see what we got. Xenophon must have been too busy talking with merchants or something and didn't do his history. He got a 7.
Okay. Yeah.
I got Dianoc got an 11.
Okay. So I think you probably don't know too much other than maybe some of just the basics of like, um, there's a lot of there's a lot of agriculture around here. It's jungle, so there's just a lot of different sort of specialty um, produce and spices and all sorts of things that can be found here and not very many other places. And the jelly flower, as previously mentioned, is kind of a recent cultivant. Like someone discovered it only like somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 years ago. And but since then, it's being cultivated all over because it is highly sought after cash crop now because everybody loves. Primarily, the wine is the main product made from it, but it's used in lots of things just because it has this really captivating sort of aroma and flavor that it can be made into tea or perfumes and that sort of thing too. But mostly the wine is the big one, but it's just become a sensation since they've developed it.
Right.
um, and the March of Vice itself is essentially just uh, um, to briefly step into the meta. It's Mardi Gras. It is a big celebration of just everyone having a big party and celebrating kind of excess and flowers and drinking and partying in the streets. And I think what I'll say is that you had heard about the main strip through the city being called the River of Gold, and I think you were maybe not sure how literal that was supposed to be. But as you enter the city, you find that it is in fact not literal gold, but rather like yellow sort of pottery shards roads. So
Mm-hmm.
like paved, but with these sort of yellow gold pottery, giving the street the color, even though it's not, literal gold.
Right, right, right.
And
Wow.
So shall
Hey.
we follow the yellow croc road?
Yes, yes.
hmm so let's
I,
see.
I sense a theme of this adventure, and
hmm
If there are flying monkeys, I can't hit. I can't. I don't know how much I can hit flying monkeys. Just to play
No,
that.
we had the flying monkey was in the first
Yeah.
adventure.
That's
Well,
right.
so
Sure.
so
Watch
the
out for falling houses.
yeah. So the caravanners cheer loudly as they enter the fields around the city, and the bustling community comes fully into view. At Zinda's open gates, there are agents of the city who seem like they are collecting a toll. You can watch as the people ahead of you were expecting this, and it seems to only be 5 silver per person. Um, do you just do you
Yep,
attempt to talk the guards down, or you just hand that over?
I just hand that over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll hand it over.
Yeah. I don't see the point in trying to bargain in this. Five
Hmm.
silver per person.
Yes, 5 silver per person, and so it's just one of those things where like the guards seem very much like they're trying to have as much fun as they can, given that they're not given like the best job during this time of year, but
Yeah.
Well, the bet in situations like that, if they're being friendly, the best thing you can do is just move on through. Let them move on.
Yeah.
Well, so as you enter through the gates, beyond the city gates, the Golden Road continues amid silk-draped booths and squat buildings with conical roofs. The clatter of merchants and cheerful youths rings out along the road. Folks sell colorful flowers, beaded charms, and other wares from woven baskets atop their heads, while street performers spin in tight circles, weaving long streamers. And so basically, I have a I have an art handout for you for March
All
of
right.
Vice. Um, and so you can see
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
lots of streamers and flowers everywhere and big colorful celebrations and so on.
And Dianarch is considering, oh, if we have to do a chase through this, it's going to be so much fun.
Surely we will not have to chase through another party.
Yeah, I
you
think
know?
maybe like the secretary of the Speakers for the Ancestors says you lot are lucking out that you just keep going to places when they're doing fancy holidays and stuff.
Yeah, except that we can't actually enjoy them as much
No, because we're
Yeah.
working.
because we're working.
And the
Well,
last one, we had to chase a man through.
it's almost like a whole bunch of people who were determined to depict a culture of some kind thought that religious festivals and holidays were an important part of what that means. Anyway,
Anyway,
yeah, so there's hundreds of revelers, merchants, jelly wine vendors, and entertainers packing the river of gold. The buildings bear brightly painted signs covered with colorful vines bearing lush flowers. And you can see beyond the crowds, the characters, you can see the bustling city center called the Court of Flowers, lined with tropical trees whose branches droop to the pavement.
Let's go take a look at the court of flowers, gentlemen. I mean, maybe old hat to all of you, but remember, I grew up in the plain limbo in a monastery. This is all new to me.
Oh, these all these colors, lights, music, and revelry is very new to Exo. Actually, it's almost like his head's on a swivel with everything and all the motion and commotion.
There's a lot to take in, Fred.
Yeah. Panthan is keeping an eye out for food vendors.
Oh,
Well, I mean, I think there are definitely you're passing some if you.
Yeah. He's going to drop a few silver on street food and have a taste and then pass around to anybody who wants to have some more.
I'm willing to try anything, although my constitution's probably not good for it. Because remember, I grew up on vegetables and rice most of my life.
So most of the people in Zinda are human and have skin tones ranging from light brown to black. Their hair grows in spiral curls. Most grow it long and wear it tucked beneath a headscarf topped by a wide-brimmed hat, if married, or set in a scalp-hugging braids, if unmarried. Elves and halflings are also frequently seen, along with other non-humans.
There you go, Dianok.
And I think Dianark is ignoring that comment, but as we enter the city, Dianark will have detect magic up for at least a while.
Okay.
Just seeing if there's anything
Uh,
particularly
yeah.
interesting on that.
I would
first.
say probably you're detecting little bits here and there, but nothing that's like
Stuff like, oh, hey,
surprising.
they happen to have like a minor illusion of something as part of a
Yeah,
display.
stuff like that. Nothing too fancy. Nothing
Okay.
nothing unusual.
Specifically, what they would like to uh, take a look at with it is the jelly wine.
Okay. The jelly wine does not appear to be magical in any
Okay,
way.
that was something that you know, was a curiosity.
Oh, sure.
Hmm.
Sorry, I've got it.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's coming across on the camera, but I've got a upstairs neighbor who is moving heavy things around, I
Practicing
guess.
bass drums. Yeah, those
Um,
timpani, boom, 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 boom.
yeah. So, as you are making your way from the River of Gold to the Court of Flowers, you pass a shadowed alley. And Canthan, as you have the highest passive perception, and that is frequently the criteria used in these sorts of situations, happen to notice that, hey, in that alley, there's someone lying on the ground surrounded by spilled gold coins.
Okay, that doesn't
Okay.
look right. Here, come here, guys. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah.
And,
As you all see this figure and move in a little closer, to be sure, this is a dwarf who, as you get closer, does not look alive. They're kind of
Oh.
slumped against the wall. Their head is tilted at an like not like a neck broken angle, but like an uncomfortable angle. Um, and near them, there's at least 20 gold coins just like spilled across the ground near them.
Perhaps check to
Lavish
see
robes, if I didn't say that part.
the first thing I would do is check to see if there's a pulse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that I think as the healing bard, that's my job. So I will
Ah,
check to see
well-
if there's a
Well,
pulse.
Perhaps someone should make a medicine check, and if there's more than one person inclined to do that, you could make it with advantage.
Mine is +6. I think it's the best.
Oh, you're better. You're actually
Mm.
better than I am. You're a much better healer than I am.
22.
Okay. Yes. The first thing that you find out is that this person is, alas, dead. You also, however, see signs of poison. They don't appear to have any wounds, but they're just the color
Color's
around
all
their
wrong.
eyes and their cheeks and their lips is off, and the eyes are extremely like
Bloodshot?
bloodshot, yeah. So you believe that this person, in fact, actually, the more you check, you believe that they were. You think you even know the specific poison. Is that
Uh-huh.
right? Hang on, I'm just trying to remember how this adventure goes. Yeah. So yes, you believe that the poison used was burnt other fumes, which is an inhaled poison.
Inhaled poison.
Yeah. And last but not least, this person has been dead for at least 5 minutes. So it's recent, but not recent enough for Revivify.
Rigor mortis or anything like that.
Or for Revivify to
Revivify.
be of use. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh dear.
Is that something that would have been a possibility for us?
Well, I mean,
Revivify?
in theory, Revivify. I think I want to say it's a 3rd level spell, right?
Yeah. Well,
So-
I'm more like, does our bard have it?
Oh.
No, our bard does not have it.
Okay.
Well, based on the spray of gold here, I think this is likely one of the attacks we've been asked to investigate.
And a successful one, sadly.
Do
Yeah.
we were we given any uh like symbols that the kings of coin would have, or
Yeah, I don't think there's anything on this person that allows you to know who they are.
okay, what about for the bloodletters? Do they have any sort of symbol?
Well, the red vest that the guy was wearing is what they wear when they're like doing like official to be seen activities, but most of the time they're trying to blend in.
uh, so this hmm.
Hmm.
The alley itself looks like it's a dead end, meaning the way that you came in from the street seems to be the only easy way in. Someone would have to do it vertically otherwise. Um,
I w-
there are
could
some
It's
I
doors that
not
seem to be
impossible.
locked.
could I check him to see if there's any sort of identification or any sort of anything on him that will let us know who this dwarf is?
So I think that you are about to start doing a more thorough search when all of a sudden you hear a voice say, "You there! Stop what you're doing! Freeze!" And you look and you see three soldiers in gold filigreed armor at the mouth of the alley, who
All
seem
right.
to be advancing on you.
I will raise my hands and say, we've come upon what appears to be a murder. Good watchman.
Okay, well, how about you go ahead and make a persuasion check?
All right.
Okay,
26.
there you go.
Nice.
Your bard can talk.
All right.
Uh, I think that one of the soldiers hears you say that and then looks down at the dwarf and then back up to you and says, "You think?"
Yes.
And they are like you have been persuasive enough that at the very least they're not like rushing to attack at this point,
Right.
but they seem extremely suspicious still. Which,
Yeah,
to be fair, put
reasonable.
yourself in their shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
um,
will I will I will step away from the body,
mhm.
again, hands away from my
Yep.
weapons, and say, it looks like he's been poisoned.
So they look actually a little bit like they are not willing to walk too far into the alley with you yet, and they're kind of staying together. And then one of them kind of looks back to the street and says, "My lady, I believe it's safe." And a tall elf woman wearing a sumptuous gown appears at the mouth of the alley, shaking her head. And I have a handout for you. Um, Dear Roll20, for some reason, you have sometimes decided to think that my mouse is trying to stick to something. I'm showing you the handout for Samira Ara.
Ah, very elegant gown for those who are listening to the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
She styles up nicely.
Yes. And the name would potentially be familiar to people who were writing down names earlier.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, she's the head of the
She's
jewelers
the head
faction of
of-
the Kings of Coin
It
and the head of
would
security, no less.
it would explain her dress, seeing as she is the head of the jewelry. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So she enters in and seems to move in confidently, and the soldiers flank themselves along her side in a practiced way. This is clearly her security escort, right?
Yes.
But she looks in and just without seeming to be terribly concerned about you all, moves in to look down at the dwarf and shakes her head and just says, "Jacopo, you fool. I hope your last march of vice was worth it." And she looks up to the rest of you, and a smile touches her lips as she takes you in. These guards are members of the Silent Verse, protectors in my employ. I apologize for their overzealousness.
But it is quite a right lady, blah 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 blah. It is tragic that this happened during a time of festival and celebration. Um, we are the Order of the Golden Prawn. We come to your fine city at a good and I gesture a most evil time. Might we help in finding the heinous perpetrator of this murder?
And
We do have a background in investigation
yes,
of mysteries and problems.
and
I am let me introduce myself. I am Xenophon. I am a bard from the plane of limbo who's come to the Radiant Citadel to learn and to absorb other cultures and to spread my eloquence. These are my companions who can introduce themselves in turn.
and I am Canthan. We have eradicated a plague in, and I named the last place we were at, whose name I can't remember,
Sansitlan.
Sansitlan, and we solved a set of mischievous events in the place with the market again is
Stop some co.
Of the night market.
Yeah.
the night market in another place, and we are well, I hesitate to say professionals. We have no certification, but we have credentials.
Well, I must concede a serendipitous meeting then. Because if, as it seems, you are inclined to take up offers to investigate mysteries, we certainly have one on our hands. And as tenacious and zealous as my silent verse can be, they do sometimes stand out, which can be a virtue in many cases, but sometimes means that they are not made privy to secrets that might be told to someone else. And indeed, with a death at the most recent attack of a series of attacks, we have a need to solve this problem. So,
Then our interests align.
indeed, I would ask that if you have any questions which may help you, I will share whatever I can. And if it would incentivize, I would offer the four of you 200 gold each if you can identify the culprit and dispatch them if necessary, but identifying them so the silent verse can dispatch them would also be acceptable.
Very well. Can you tell us about this unfortunate victim? You mentioned his name was Jacobo.
Jacopo Ein
Jacobo, thank
is, alas, the eldest son of the king of coin, Massimo Ein. And he was, due to the recent attacks, under protective guard, and yet he bristled at the added levels of security and was determined to enjoy himself during the March of Vice and slipped the protection of his guards, and we had been looking for him, although obviously we had hoped to find him before such an awful thing could happen.
You mentioned there's a series of attacks. What can you tell us about these attacks in general?
Well, the most recent and the perhaps the most useful would be that Xenia Ruba, the eldest daughter of Mixnargus Ruba, another of our kings of coin, was attacked and nearly killed last night. But she is probably the best witness so far.
Okay, that's
We
When
had
did
not
these
thought
attack-
these attacks to be related until recently.
when did
Hers.
when did these attacks begin? Is there anything that might have precipitated them?
If so, we have not identified it. This has happened with a rather intense frequency only in the last week or so.
Sweet. Okay.
Hmm.
Uh,
I guess. I think.
We'll say that she has led you to a small cafe where she has a private
Rather than
room.
talking over a dead body,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So,
Yes.
yeah, she arranges for some guards to take care of the body, and is she offers all of you some jelly wine.
I will try some, of course.
Indeed.
Uh,
I'll
just
sure.
to note, Dinark is purposely hiding their hands from
Okay.
uh, this elven character who might understand the significance.
She. Oh, I guess she is an elf, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. I for some reason I read it and didn't register. Anyway, but yes. Okay, so that's good to know. I think she is. Yeah. She if she has noticed, she has not made any sign of it. Um, but yeah, so she I think the wine, I'll certainly leave it to you to decide if your character likes it or not, but I'll say in terms of just like in the objective, it's good wine. It's tasty if you like wine.
Yeah, Kantan would be thinking about what he would cook with it.
Mm.
Dinark tries
After
it,
all, you should not cook. You should not cook with the wine you wouldn't drink yourself.
Exactly.
and Dinark just tries it, and not not Dinark's type of wine.
Excellent. Excellent. Drinks a glass down, and it's like a. Hmm. This is good. Hmm.
I think you'll find that finishing a glass gets it refilled in this particular room.
Well, look, that's a pretty nice spell you got there. You finish the wine, you get more wine.
I need to learn this spell.
Well, I didn't necessarily mean that
Oh,
that
no,
it was
no,
magically
Xenophon's
done.
just making a
Yeah.
joke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And
But in any case, yeah. So what she says is, so as I mentioned, I believe that questioning Xenia Ruba would probably be where I would start, but I believe that it's possible that she may yield information under your questioning that she would not tell everyone.
Well then, we'll go there first.
Is there anybody else you suggest we speak to that might know more that you haven't already inquired, investigated yourself, or have been resistant because you are such a potent figure in the city and it may not open up to you?
Well, I have to say that if there's a few things that I might ask. One is that we are trying to maintain discretion at this time.
Mhm.
The previous attacks have been kept secret to the extent that we can, and in fact, Jacopo's death will be kept secret until the festival is over. The city's fortunes are refreshed mightily during this time, as you might imagine, due to many people coming to the city and spending liberally, as is part of the tradition of the holiday. But I believe that I I am in charge of the silent verse. And therefore, if you encounter any of them, you can show them this. And she gives you a little token that has her, it's basically like a gold coin that has her face on it. And she says, this token you can show to any members of the silent verse, and they will know that you are under my employ and will not interfere with you. But I have had occasion to wonder if some of them may in fact be loyal to Messer Amos Near, who is the foremost among the kings of coin, and whom I have occasionally argued with on matters of how the city is run. He is suspicious that I would like to replace him, and his suspicions are correct. However, that is a long term plan, not something happening today or even next week. This is something done carefully and properly. But as a result, I believe that he may have sent agents to spy on my activities. So, to be certain, if you encounter any evidence of that, I would also appreciate that information.
I think we understand each other.
Yeah,
Uh,
indeed.
all right. So, like I said, discretion, please. And I can give you the directions to an establishment owned by Xenia's family, and that is where she is currently under guard for her own protection.
Yes, yes, please. Thank you.
And she, in fact, gives you directions where I would imagine you have your own city map, but she actually points out the places, like, go this way to avoid the streets that are closed for the parades.
Right.
Mm.
And how about uh Nargus Ruba? Sorry, Massimo Ein, um, because tracing the movements of Jacobo before his death would be useful for trying to figure out how he came to this end. Um, it's what the poison that was used is an inhaled one, which is more likely to have been used indoors than out. So if we can find the place where it happened, we might find some clues there.
I think let me look it up again, but I believe that the poison is something that it actually takes effect right away. So it's not.
Okay,
It would have
so-
been probably done in the alley.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Okay.
So like,
So,
so-
like
someone lured him into the alley and exposed him to the poison.
Okay.
Hmm.
or it could be like someone
Or maybe we
grabbed him
found
from behind.
Yeah, or maybe we found some residue that said that it happened there.
Yeah. So but I think what you know of that poison is that it takes effect right away. It's not a extended
Okay.
release thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Axel looks at her and asks, did he have any, well, given the time that we are, the time of the year, did he have any vices, other, drink, companionship, that would have gotten him lured into the alley? Because that was a dead end.
I couldn't say. My information was that he enjoyed the standard vices. They are classics for a reason. Women, alcohol.
Because I don't think he would have gone in that alley for no reason. There's
Yeah, and if he had guards with him, I would like to.
Well, he
Talk
didn't.
to-
That was my
Oh.
point, is that he had guards assigned to him that he ditched on
Oh.
purpose
He
several
slipped
blocks
his
away.
guards.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
he had deliberately slipped his guards to their own frustration, and to be certain, now that their charge has been murdered, they will almost certainly be, charitably we'll say, reassigned.
Perhaps speaking to them would be a good, might reveal some information they might not even realize they have.
I suppose, but there is also a living witness who was
Yes,
the target of one
yes.
of these attacks
Eventually.
last night.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yes, good lady. We are just we are of the opinion that collecting leads and following all of them down is our style of investigation.
Should you find it helpful, we can make those guards available to you. But I would expect the witness to be the.
That is our
First
first.
priority.
That is our
That,
first.
that is
first
certainly
priority.
our first avenue to look into.
If you were to need my assistance, you can proceed to the Court of Flowers and show them the token I've given you, and they will be able to get in touch with me.
Thank you, lady.
So the
Yesenia.
Yes.
yes. So they are at a tavern called the Thorn Apple.
on the way out. Axel definitely gets his glass refilled.
Are you going to
for
just
drink?
carry the glass out with you, or?
Yeah, it's a celebration.
Yeah, I think it is. I think make an insight check to the attendants here of this private room.
15.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Samira basically cannot be bothered with such things. But the attendants of this private room, you get a very much a sense of that is not what is done, but they're certainly not. No, none of them are going to be the one to speak up to someone that Samira just had in a private room with. So
Perhaps if perhaps if you ask about a less something more acceptable to take out.
it's the sort of thing where if she were not still in earshot, they might
She would
challenge
say
you
so.
on it, but it would be more like they're not willing to make a scene of anything while she's still present. So in any case,
Is it life or what?
um, let's see. So as you are okay, so as you are making your way through Zinda, you have your directions to the Thorn Apple, although certainly there is nothing forcing you to go straight there. Um, uh, are you doing any other exploring or investigation on the way, or are you proceeding with haste?
Um, well, one of the things that I would chat with my friends here about
Mhm.
is one thing we might look into is where someone might obtain
The poison?
burnt other fumes. Yeah, that's not like that's a weapon.
Yeah.
That's not something that you can just whip up in your
It's yeah,
kitchen.
it's definitely not something that's just like a component that would otherwise be like doesn't have any other uses
Right, right.
X
or
is like,
any other uses.
So that might be some place to look if we run out of clues elsewhere.
Mhm.
Another thing that comes to mind is looking into what Jacobo might have been looking for.
Hmm.
He had a reason for slipping his guard. He's probably involved in something he didn't want
Mhm.
Massimo to find out about.
Possibly. I mean, he may have just wanted to slip loose just to enjoy the festival.
Hmm.
Possibly. So
Well, I
he
mean,
might be doing
if
something.
they've got this
But
kind of money, the guards have probably seen everything and its sister 50 times over from these people. So it would
that's
have to
fair.
be something that, you know, is beyond just the kinds of things rich people get up to.
I would, I
Hey,
would, I would surmise that whomever did this poisoning, they may not have bought it. They may have made it.
Oh yeah,
Exo kind of looks around because, I mean, this place is lush. I'm sure there are some natural
Yeah.
things that grow around here if you know where to look that can do a lot of the things that you would need unsavory characters to do.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if Xenia would have some knowledge as to what Jacopo was into.
Could be. Well,
Seeing
but
as
what you also know is that family members of other kings of coin have been targeted too, which seems
yeah,
like the pattern is children of the kings of coin.
yeah,
yes.
that's
yeah.
what we've already been told. So
Yeah.
this seems to fit that pattern.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
so if anyone is keeping their ears and eyes open on the way, though, like through the
Oh yeah.
market for possibly overhearing rumors, I have a
Yes.
rumors table, which is always fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh
Sure.
yeah. Then let's
By all means, right?
Let's
Yeah.
take advantage
So
of the rumor table.
let's have everyone who's listening for rumors, please roll a d6 for me, and if we get duplicates, then we'll have someone re-roll.
Okay. I've gotten a 6.
I
Okay.
got a 4.
All right.
2.
Okay.
Oops.
Wrong chat.
Wrong chat.
That's right. Bearing in mind that when I speak of these rumors, what I'm speaking of is some rando on the street is saying it, as opposed
Yep.
to like necessarily a credible source, right? It's just
Yeah.
this is this you I'm not providing a signal to noise filter, but uh, so for Exel, you hear a rumor that foul spirits known as Biza haunt the forest and sometimes tempt innocent souls with secrets of evil magic.
Hmm.
Xenophon, you hear that Grand Messer Amos Near plans to retire imminently and will name his son Azra to lead the Kings of Coin in his place.
Well, certainly, the person we just talked to wouldn't want that. They would want it for themselves. So, okay. But we now have a name for his son, which is useful.
Mm-hmm. So Canthan with a 3, you hear that this is basically just the March of Vice is an opportunity to cast off past mistakes and start anew.
And make new ones.
Yeah.
That's like a fortune cookie.
What was your role for Dianok?
Or
4. You hear a rumor that a half wolf, half human figure wanders the streets at night, and this figure looks strikingly similar to Grand Messer Amos Near, but the Kings of Coin refuse to investigate.
and would that as a player that sounds like a werewolf.
It does. I mean, I don't think it sounds I don't think it would sound like a werewolf to anyone who hears it. It's basically a rumor about a werewolf. But yes. But at least according to this person, they think they heard their cousin's nephew's former roommate heard that it looks strikingly similar to Grand Messer Amos Near. All right. So as you are making your way, your directions to the Thornapple take you through the market section. The Thornapple is, in fact, on the map if you look at it. Let me. But as you're making your way through the market, oops. As you are moving through the market, a stocky woman in green pantaloons and a yellow tunic irritably elbows her way past you. It is, she's kind of rude and obviously in a hurry, but she is in sufficiently a hurry that she is kind of out of sight before you can really even sort of register that. But you wouldn't necessarily think anything of it. Otherwise, she's just like, she pushes past you in a hurry. But moments after she pushes past you, shrieks of fear rise from an herb vendor's stall nearby. The crowd shifts as panicked people flee the scene.
Well, let's go take a look at that gentleman.
Head where the people are screaming. That's always a
Well, we're in search of adventure, not of peace and security.
So what you see is that the herbalist who works the stall is coughing as he attacks a man on the ground. And I think those of you with passive perception of 14 or higher notice a dissipating pink cloud around the figures. Yeah, all 4 of you please make a dexterity saving throw to avoid the stampeding crowd.
Oh boy.
13.
20.
13, is that what you said, Dianok?
Yes.
I'm afraid you are going to take
Ow.
4 bludgeoning damage as you are jostled by the stampeding crowd.
and smooshed against a wall.
Yeah. So I think that let's see. So basically, like I said, the person who appears to be the vendor at this herb stall is has just got like a piece of wood that he's using as a club that he is attacking this person that he's got pinned on the ground.
I'm gonna walk up and try and restrain him. I'm gonna try and grapple him. It's like, hold on there. You've already got him down. You don't need to kill him.
Go ahead and make a grapple check.
Okay. Athletics is 11, unfortunately.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. So he got a 25.
Whoa.
Um, yeah. So I think that he shakes off your
Hand.
he shakes off your attempt to grapple pretty easily, and I think you can see that his eyes seem to be kind of glazed, kind of glassy eyes, and he's moving kind of jerkily, but he is going to try to swing that club at you. Only gets a 10
Okay.
for his attack, but
Yeah.
he does
The-
swing at you with it.
yeah. Bounces off the armor plate on my arm.
Mm-hmm.
Would Dianoc have an opportunity to do an action?
Sure. Yeah. Like, I think that this won't last long enough for it to be like full combat, but definitely go ahead and.
Gonna try and cast hideous laughter on that vendor.
Okay. Okay. It's wisdom saving throw. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
wisdom 15.
He fails. That's a 2 on his wisdom saving throw. So I think that does that it's just your whoop 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 sort of.
Yeah, just
Yeah. And he kind of stares glassy eyed in your direction, but and pretty soon he is laughing so hard that he can't stand, and he kind of falls backward over onto the ground. And I think the rest of you can see now that he's kind of not on top of this other guy. This guy's unconscious. He does not look okay.
I will go up to the downed man
Okay.
and cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay, great. Yeah. I think as you are doing that, several other people uh, have have rushed up to try to help as well. Um, and in fact, I think as you are kind of trying to, get him back up on his feet, you've successfully cast the healing spell, but he's still kind of dazed on the ground. And you kind of like look up and you see Captain Aiden happens to be there. And he's looking at you, and there's just a moment of like the eye contact that says, "You don't know me." But like, like he sees you, but he's telling you don't
Yeah.
say anything.
Yep.
But he's
You know
there, and
nothing?
he seems to be trying to help this guy as well. But then all of a sudden, several soldiers sweep in, and they start clearing everybody away. But they also surround Captain Aiden and seem prepared to arrest him and the laughing merchant who is put into cuffs.
so.
Um,
I
Show the medallion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will show the medallion. Like, just,
I believe
yeah,
that this
bona fides who you are.
merchant is under the influence of some kind of spell or drug.
we
he's
saw
not-
that pink mist around him. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's dissipated by now, so no one can like you. I
Right.
believe that you saw it, but like just
Yeah.
I'm like no one would still see it. But go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Okay, I'm actually good at this. Let's see what happens.
Okay,
23.
there you go. Yeah, so the guard, I think at first is just saying, "You see that red vest? That means he's part of the Bloodletters. They're trying to they're trying to to tear down the Kings of Coin. It's obvious that they would be involved in an attack on a noble." But as you described the drug, and like then they look kind of more at this other guy who's coming out of it, and he's clearly disoriented. He's like, what happened? What happened? Um, and so you discover that they are like they see the token, they hear what you say, and they're just like, he wasn't involved. How do you know he didn't do the poison?
How do I know who didn't do the poison? The guy that got attacked or the guy that was doing the attacking?
I'm talking about the guy who belongs to the Bloodletters who just conveniently happens to be here when this happened.
Would he hang around if he had done it? That doesn't make any sense.
My knowledge, he wasn't here.
We
I-
didn't see we,
what
we didn't see him
happened?
when we came upon this.
I want to
Let's see.
examine the fellow who was drugged or enchanted or something and see if
Okay.
I can and determine some kind of
Sure.
clues from that. I can make a medicine check or
Okay.
what have you.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a medicine check. 16.
16.
Yeah. So he does look like he was under the effect of some kind of a poison, but it doesn't seem like it was certainly not the same one.
No,
Um,
yeah.
But it does seem like it's wearing off.
Well, that's
And
good.
it doesn't seem like it doesn't look specifically like anything you've encountered before.
Okay.
But he's let's see. Um, I think the guards say we are going to take this merchant and this Captain Aiden in for questioning. But it's just questioning. We understand that you've been given a job by Madame Samira, so
We have.
you can check in that that's what we're doing, but we can't just let them go. And so I think you. Uh, um, I think Captain Aiden looks down um, and at the noble and kind of just says, "Isn't that Errol Avon, son of Solon Avon?" And the soldiers look irritated that he's making a scene, but there's another just a little bit of a like looking to you guys like,
Hmm.
Is he
Yeah, who?
is he still unconscious?
yeah.
Is he dead?
Well,
What's the status like?
Axel used cure wounds on him, so he's
Yeah.
he's up but still injured, and the soldiers are escorting him away.
Okay.
Can Dianoc look through the stand to see if maybe like it's like that was the cloud. Looks like something got maybe there was like something that ejected the poison or
You can, although I'm wanting to make sure that in the meta you guys are not ignoring.
The woman, yes.
Yeah.
I've been thinking.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that. Yes.
Okay.
You know,
yeah, definitely gonna do that. But like getting a source of it would be helpful.
Okay, I'm just okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. So yes, any
We're-
potential information that you might gather from the woman herself or any investigation along those lines will wait as you check their lists. Vendors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
all right. Do we want to go try to find that woman? Because
yes, I think
clearly
we need
she's
at least some of us should.
Are
should
you
go there.
telling anybody about it? They might be less suspicious of Captain
Yeah,
Adon, for example, if you identified an alternate suspect.
You're absolutely right. I'm not good at mysteries. Mysteries aren't actually my strong
just
suit.
saying.
So yeah, before the guards hold up, I will describe this woman that we saw fleeing the market.
Okay.
and As a potential person of interest.
I do have a bit of artwork for you of what this woman looked like. So,
Oh, so she is important.
well, I mean, it's relevant that the adventure specifically has me point out that she pushes past you irritably on her way through the crowd immediately before this happens. So yes, you wouldn't know her name yet, but the handout is for Kala Mabaran.
and she's got vials of pink stuff on her bandolier on her chest.
Yeah,
Mm,
a little suspicious.
I wonder what's in those.
yeah.
Yeah.
Jelly wine.
Mm.
I mean, if it strikes me that that we might try and track her movements if we can. Um, so we could split up, and I can try and see if I can find her.
Mm.
Um, uh,
Right. I think I probably, since I'm the face, I probably should be continue on to talk to
Yeah.
Xenia. So
yeah, you go talk to Xenia. I'm gonna see if I can find people who saw that woman and which way she went,
Okay.
and see if I can track her.
so
So,
so that leaves
so
Dianok and Axel to pick who they're going to go with.
now informing that is I've got a sending stone that one of you has the other end of.
Mm-hmm.
Who has the other end?
Right. I remember last time it was either Flounce or me. I don't
Well,
remember.
I
Flounce
think.
isn't here,
Well,
so
okay.
it's
Yeah. Xenophon, you have it.
you.
Okay, so I got a sending stuff.
Yeah. So I'll just
You can
stay in
use that
touch.
to arrange to meet back up after your.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if
All right. So
and if we're tracking someone, I'll go with you. Can't I?
Okay.
okay.
So yeah, I am going to just ask people in the direction that she fled.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see a woman with a bandolier of
So
pink
are
things?
you letting the soldiers take Captain Aiden away?
No, we're gonna tell them about this person who we saw fleeing the market right before the attack.
But
Okay.
I mean, he told us not to give away that we know him.
Well,
so,
right,
But
but
yeah,
I'm
we-
just saying
But yeah,
that
but
like it's a
we'll
little
point at
bit
this.
like if you were at the scene of a crime and you had seen someone running away suspiciously and watched the
Right.
police arresting someone else, you might say something. That's
Yeah.
kind of what I was thinking. I don't want to press you guys. You do what you want to do. I'm just
if I didn't make it clear before
Okay.
that, yes, that
All
when
right.
we told them about the mysterious woman and
Yeah,
that
okay.
we think she's the person of interest and not Captain Aiden.
Okay, so they do somewhat reluctantly let him go, and since it has become obvious that this herbalist seems to have been as much the victim as anyone else in this circumstance, he is told that he is going to be brought to like an infirmary to be checked out, not arrested. So we will assume then that Captain Aiden, doesn't say anything to you except for a "thank you, strangers." Then kind of disappears into the crowd. But I
He
think
needs to work on that.
if Xenophon, Dianok, are you going with Xenophon or?
Yeah, Dianok will go with Xenophon.
Okay, so let's follow them first as they go to the Thorn Apple. So as you continue making your way to this tavern, although the building is packed with people, the Thornapple's baked clay walls create a cool interior. Dozens of tables are filled, and a huge stage across from the entrance is being set for a performance. From behind a long, well-stocked bar, a comfortably dressed orc gives an enthusiastic wave and says, "Welcome, friends, and a blessed march of vice to you. How can your cousin Nargis help you tonight?"
While we want to take advantage of the pleasures offered on here, we're actually here on business. Sadly, on behalf of Madam Samira Ara, we're here to see Xenia, and I will show the token.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So.
It's like having a badge. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it is. Very much so.
Use this up every chance I get.
Need to get a leather case for it so you can kind of flip it open dramatically.
Yeah.
or stick it to a tobacco pouch so you can hold it up and say, "Do you know this?
So
Do you know
I think you are able to watch his facial expression go from the "we're having a great time" until you ask about Xenia and he's like serious, and then when you show him the
Serious.
token, he's just kind of like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a party pooper.
And he just kind of draws you in a little closer and just says, I'm relieved to hear that the Silent Verse is seriously looking into this and broadening their investigation. If you wish to speak to Xenia about this,
We do.
and he kind of does a little subtle head nod over to the corner where you see that uh, there is, let's see, um, you see that there is a where is it, her description? Um, yeah, so he's so she's an orc with her hair braided in elegant loops, like mid 20s maybe,
Hmm.
um, and she is sitting there less expertly, trying to look like she's having a great time. But she has also got a couple of soldiers escorting, like sitting nearby, not letting anyone come close to her. And she is obviously like in the like it would be hardest to get to that table from any of the entrances or exits.
Yes.
Um, in any case, though, um, he says, so if you need to speak with her, I'm of course happy to assist in this investigation. But I wonder, have you discovered anything so far?
No, we nothing that we wish to speak on too prematurely.
What does that mean?
That is mean we have information, but we're exploring leads and information further before we can speak definitively on it.
Okay. He looks like how about the two of you make insight checks?
Okay,
Okay.
insight check it
Mm-hmm.
is. I'm not very good at insight. I talk to
Yeah,
others. I don't
sure.
listen to others apparently. But I got a
Okay,
19 though, which
there
is
we
not
go.
I
bad.
got a 7.
Okay, yeah. So I think for Dianaka, it seems like he's just he's obviously very concerned about his daughter. But I think Xenophon, as he's kind of asking you about this and inquiring like what you've found out so far, uh, you're getting the impression that he doesn't just seem worried for the future safety of his daughter. He seems like he's something's weighing heavily on his mind beyond just how do I protect her now? Like almost like he is feeling bad about something.
Okay. I'm going to file that away for the
Mm-hmm.
moment. I'm not going to pick at that yet,
Sure.
but we'll file that away
Okay.
for.
So in the meantime, then he says, "Yes." So she's in the corner now, and I'll nod to the soldiers as you approach, and
Please.
um,
Is she drinking anything? Perhaps if I brought over a beverage, that might help um, break the ice, I believe is the expression.
I think that you'll find saying that your adventurers will break the ice. That should that be necessary, she's obsessed with them.
Oh, well then. Then she'll love Dianak and myself.
And as much as I like to see my daughter passionate about various things, there are safer things that I might wish she would be obsessed with, but what can a parent do?
Obsessions can lead people to strange places. You don't find many Githzerai in the Radiant Citadel, or in this fine realm, for example. So I give a slight shrug.
I'm
Um, okay.
I'm definitely familiar with the trouble. Uh,
Yes,
obsession
yeah,
can
yeah.
have
I was
Mhm.
gonna rub oil into that one,
Okay.
but yes.
So you go ahead and head over
Yep.
to that table, and certainly you're given the go ahead from the soldiers who are working from some signal that that Nargis gave them. She looks up at you curiously.
May we join
Hello.
you, Lady Xenia?
It would seem that you have been cleared already, so I would be rude to turn you away at this point, at least for friendly conversation.
This is Dianok. I am Xenophon. We would like to speak to you on some matters.
I can guess.
You can guess. We are we are members of the Order of the Golden Prawn, an adventuring group who solves problems and explores the realms of the Radiant Citadel. And
Radiant
the
Citadel.
darkness at your door has brought us to your table. And
You,
we would
you,
like to speak to you of it.
you've been to the Radiant Citadel?
Quite
You
yes.
have.
You must tell me of some of your adventures. I have frequently considered becoming an adventurer myself. You see, my father would never allow it, but I've just dreamed of you know tales of daring do in far off lands, and I I would just love to hear some of your tales.
Time to break the ice, Dianok. So yes, so I'm going to go launch into a rendition of our adventure in the night market, followed by the adventure in the cave, getting trapped and dealing with the festival there. I I'm doing it in I'm because the player can't do what the bard can do. I'm doing it in rhyming meter because I am a speaking bard, and that is what I do. I'm going to give her a performance because why the hell not?
And as like he talks about the prawns that we fought, gonna show her the piece of the
Mm-hmm.
basically kind of accompany the catalog of the story with the bang
Yeah.
on Dianok's wrist.
Yeah, so she seems very willing to have this line of discussion. She was kind of nervous before, but this definitely seems like you've gotten her interest in this regard. But I think after she seems to recognize after a little bit that's like, oh right, you probably had something that you wanted to talk about.
We
So.
did, but that doesn't negate Xenophon's enthusiasm for a performance.
Hmm.
I mean, he's not doing it perfunctory. She wanted
I
to know
do
about our adventurers.
I do love
I
a
go for it.
performer. I'm actually a bit later this afternoon. We have the renowned diva Luma and her other divas performing here later. You should stay for the performance.
If our duties and our investigations will allow it, I would love to stay for such a performance.
Of course, of course. But tell me, what have your duties to do with me?
Um, we understand that you were the recent victim of an attempted assassination.
Oh, yes, I guess I've still been trying to process that is in fact what it was. It was still all very chaotic, and it only seems to be in context with other events that is what happened. It's still frightening to contemplate.
I, it must certainly be. We would like to know more about this. What you can remember, what you can tell us. For the assassin is still at large and is still wreaking their malevolence on your fair city, and we would fain stop that. And
Well,
we were told that you are the best person to give us information that might help us finger the perpetrator.
well, I hope that I can be of help. I still feel like I don't entirely understand everything that happened, but I'll tell you what I can. I was shopping along the River of Gold, escorted by several of my family's servants, and I just suddenly fell ill. There was a cloud of some sort of pink ash that just appeared around, and then my servants began to they just went mad. They started attacking each other and attacking me. It was just it was quite terrifying, but it was very disorienting too. And I felt sick in a strange way, but it faded swiftly, and everyone kind of just came back to their senses. But it was quite frightening when it happened. Uh, but someone did bump into me just before I felt ill, but I, I don't think I remember anything about them.
Was it, was it happened to be a lady, perhaps?
Maybe. Uh,
I will go to a very vague description
sure.
of the lady that
Yeah.
left
Green
the
tunic
market.
Go ahead and
and
make an investigation check.
Okay.
And you can make it with advantage since the two of
yeah.
you are kind of given clues
Yeah.
there.
Yes.
All right. 27.
Oh, yeah. I think as you're giving a couple of details, she starts to say, wait, yes. And she fills in a couple of details that you hadn't mentioned and says, yes, I do think that was the person who bumped into me. Is that is that the culprit?
I We have reason to believe that she may be involved in these attacks.
Well, I
We
mean,
have independent corroboration of that fact, and thank you for letting us know that. That does help us
uh, I,
determine what's going on.
I'm glad that could be of help. I'm afraid I don't know the person. I don't think I've ever seen her before.
You know, the other part of our company is tracking down leads regarding to her. So this is just will help focus our efforts. That yes, she is definitely a person of interest that we must track down. And
And
we thank you for your time and effort in helping us focus our search in that way.
and
Dianak, you
of
had the
course,
word?
yes. We also have a few questions about a fellow uh, family member of the Kings of Coin, uh, Jacopo, uh,
Uh,
Jacopo Ein.
her face kind of twists a little bit, and she's just, "What about him?"
Do you know if there is any reason why, any particular reason why he would uh, avoid having his security around him?
Well,
Any?
this is, I I would say that he is an individual inclined to passionate revelry, to perhaps sometimes a degree that requires intervention by his more steady comrades. Um, I'm trying to speak diplomatically. I hope you understand.
We
Yes.
do.
If you could speak plainly about it, we will not. We will be diplomatic about sharing it if we feel the need.
She leans in very close and is like, I I have heard the servants describe him as a quote messy bitch.
Mm,
Hmm.
He frequently indulges in alcohol to excess, to the point where he makes rather a catastrophe of himself, and this happens more often than perhaps his father would appreciate.
And uh, do you
Has he
know
been
of
attacked as
anything in
well?
particular? Huh?
Has he been attacked as well?
If I hope you can keep confidence in that. Not only was he attacked, he fell to the attack.
Oh,
It is It appeared to have happened in an alleyway,
During
and
the
it
festival, of
was
course.
hmm,
During the festival, I
You
yes.
meant.
think it was the same woman?
The method
That is what we're going to
does
find
seem
out.
slightly different. It was a poison, an inhaled poison, but it didn't have any effects on on anybody. Wouldn't have had any effects on the people around him, other than similar deaths.
I think that you're seeing that she's probably not absorbing much in the way of details anymore. She's
No,
starting to
no,
get in kind of an emotional state. She's kind of, that's terrible news. I just saw him yesterday. He was just
Dianok is gonna just try and reach out to take her hand.
okay.
Just
How
try and
about
hold her
make
hand.
maybe a persuasion check?
Oh, I can try.
Mm.
yeah, you're the rogue. I'm the base. You're the wizard. But this is your this bit is yours. Go for it.
Mm.
Make it so. Oh wait, wait,
That's a
wait. There's this.
five.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess the inspiration would have helped. So I won't get.
I think as you kind of start to take her hand, she's just like, I didn't think anyone was gonna. This, oh my god, I could have died. I could have died. And she's starting to like freak out a little bit.
All right. I'm going to try to calm her down with calming words. Telling it's going to be all right. You're going to be all right. We're going to find the perpetrators of this and bring them to justice. So I'm basically trying to speak in rhyme and meter. Basically, I'm basically going to try to undo what
Okay,
Dianak just did.
all right. Go ahead and make another persuasion check, I guess.
All right. This is okay. Don't guys don't fail me now. 22.
Okay, you managed to get her to the point where she's kind of she's obviously upset, but she's not like she's more under control now. She's not just like
Yeah.
involuntarily keening. She's just looks a little shaken though, and I think maybe you get a glance over at Nargis, who doesn't look thrilled that she seems more upset, but you know, he doesn't look like he's storming over angrily, but he looks
But yeah,
unhappy.
I think it is
Yeah.
at this time we should probably take our leave, Dianak, of and rejoin our companions.
So I think we're gonna actually cut back over to said companions then.
Exactly.
So, yeah. What was your specific strategy? Were you planning to try to find some secret rendezvous with Captain Aiden? Were you trying to backtrack the way that the woman went?
I'm
What's your
to find trying to see which way that woman went
okay?
and trying to track her and um I'm doing it by talking to people along the way and
Hmm.
asking if they saw this woman hurrying
Right.
by. She's got a bandolier of pink things on her chest
Hmm.
and
Well, and in fact, that's pretty much the only way you'd be able to track her. These are paved roads that are crowded, so
yeah.
it's like there's
Hmm.
not going to be like
Yeah.
footprints to follow. But
Yeah.
to be
Right.
sure, are you helping with that, Exel, or are you just kind of
Yes.
okay? Well then, let me scroll back up to where this is happening. Um, yeah, I think that you do get nearby several
Hmm.
people saying they did see a person like that near the herbalist's cart just
Hmm.
before everything started going crazy.
Right.
So it's obvious that like not only did she push past you nearby, but she was right there.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Good.
and uh, yeah, so I think you get a couple of people who noticed kind of what you did, which was that
Mhm.
she seemed to be moving away in a hurry,
Right.
like pushing through.
Hmm.
But I
Hmm.
think unfortunately uh, you your kind of trail runs out before too long.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, you
Well,
I think though that as you uh, are kind of a little ways away, trying to just like you the last 4 or 5 people you asked don't know anything.
Yeah.
You do hear a little whistle from um, one of the alleys nearby there, and it is Captain Adan who's you know
Okay.
looks to
Okay.
catch up with you.
We'll head into that alley then and get out of sight. And
Hmm.
um,
I have to thank you for not only your intervention but your discretion back there. I very well handled. I clearly came to the right people. Um, I am more alarmed than ever. Um, the man that was attacked. I tried to communicate this at the time, but he was in fact the son of one of the kings of coin.
mm,
So
yep.
this is
Yep.
another in that pattern, but the reason I happened to be nearby is that he and I had arranged to meet because he is sympathetic to our cause.
Hmm. Well,
And yet, as I am proceeding to the location where we had arranged to meet, I find him unconscious on the ground, having been victim of a new attack, just as I arrive.
yes. Well, our the rest of our group are investigating another lead. This trail seems to have gone cold. Um, but
So, this woman that you described, was this a real woman? You weren't just inventing this to the.
no, yes, we really saw her, and it looks like she was prepared. I mean, if those vials across her chest are more of the stuff that started the attack here, she's prepared to do more about a lot more of that elsewhere.
Hmm.
So I was really hoping we'd be able to track her down.
Hmm. I've certainly put out through my own channels, uh, an alert for people to look for someone matching that description. But I would suggest that having been successful once today, I've already heard about the dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm sure this is being kept secret by the kings of coin, but you hear things. But successful once, thwarted again. Lots of vials, you said?
It looked like a half dozen or more.
I would be surprised if she is done for the day.
Indeed, that's why I was hoping to catch her trail,
Mm.
but looks like not. Um,
Are there any of so I if I knew more, I would tell you. Are there
of
any
course,
other
we're the reason we're split up is because we're looking into other leads.
have you any leads on other targets? Who else
We've
might she
heard
go
some name.
after?
I mean, we've heard some names of people who are sons and daughters of kings of coin, but I'm sure there are names you'd have heard of as well.
Mm. Well, I I guess I just wanted to connect again to thank you for your assistance there. Um, but I don't have any new leads for you, I'm afraid. But I think I share your suspicion that more attacks might be imminent, and I think if we are aware of any of the current whereabouts of children of the kings of coin, that's all I can think of.
Well, I don't think that. I think that the authorities are already guarding people, so I don't think that that's terribly useful for us to do.
Mm.
We're
Um,
we're looking for we're going to meet someone by the name of Zania um, to get some more information about the uh, the dwarf that we found.
Hmm. So I suppose that's a promising lead. Um, I suppose that that would be just the right the right thing to pursue. Up.
Yeah.
I think we've got a non-muted phone call going on, but that's all right. So, and in the meantime, yeah, we trying to mute that, Paul. All right. Okay. Um, uh, no worries.
Hi,
Here, let's see.
someone placed an order.
All right, I muted them. Okay.
Oh,
In any case, um, I think what I'm without belaboring the point further, I think he will encourage you to
Yeah.
go ahead and rejoin with the rest of your group, and he
Yeah.
will continue
Yeah.
to try to look for leads for this woman.
Yeah. And uh, I I keep coming, as we're kind of uh, as I'm going back to the scene of the attack at the herbalist card, I can't help thinking that um, a poisoner is going to need the kinds of things that an herbalist might offer as raw materials. So, what do you think? Talking to my companion here, you think there's a connection there, or is it just happenstance? I can't. I mean,
I I don't know.
see, I'm worried that looking into the source of these poisons and drugs and things, because it seems to be their way of doing things. Um, we get us into trouble if we look into that.
Well, when we were walking through earlier, I heard that spirits lure people into dark magic. Um, Maybe I don't. I'm after what we have seen. It doesn't seem too far fetched, especially with what we just recently had to deal with inside Citadel. This could be another one of those incidences. I feel like there's
You think there's something supernatural here?
if
I mean, we've
if
got poisons and assassins and politics. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be spirits.
true, but my thing is if this person is not affiliated with the actual Kings of Coin, then why would they be going after them? Unless, well, I mean, they are rich, so
Right.
that
Well, if
paints a
that
target.
rumor about Amos Near uh, being ready to retire is true, then one thing that came to mind is that these attacks might be cover for an assassination attempt against his son Azra. That's the actual target of the whole campaign is to change that, and that would be something that I wouldn't put past Samira as a plan, that she could be behind this whole thing. Now, that being said, I don't know she would hire us, be as friendly as she was to hire us if she was behind it, but stranger things have happened. Um, so that's just one motive for this, aside from because if it was political, you'd think they'd be actually assassinating the leaders, right? If that was what they were after.
True. It
So so
May I
succession
suggest that
seems
you're
more
having this
likely.
conversation on the way to the Thorn Apple?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
having it on the way as we're going to the Thorn Apple, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Exel kind of says, "Do you think maybe this is a press for some sort of financial compensation, maybe. Like,
No, no. The other option is that it's someone who wants to discredit the red vests and the bloodletters, and the children are more dispensable to them in order to create that. That is more likely to harden the will of the kings of coin against the bloodletters if they think that they're involved.
true, but also the children would probably be a softer target, seeing as if you are the leader of a faction and have a lot of money, you also have a lot of hire swords for hire.
Yeah, I'm not sure yeah, that's possible, but especially since the only successful attack so far has been on somebody who didn't have their guards with them. Um, but yeah, I'm still curious about what Jacobo was actually going off to do. I'd be curious to find out if that's something that he does regularly, if he slips his guards on the regular, or if this is something new.
Hmm.
But um, uh, yeah, let's see how Xenophon's doing. So I'll pull
Sure.
out the sending stone and call up Xenophon.
Right.
How are things going on your end?
Remember, this sending stone is basically
Um,
like a one use of the sending spell. It's not just
Okay.
instant conversation.
Oh, okay. It's like Xenophon. We've come up pretty much on a dead end here. Um, let's meet and let's meet someplace. You give me a
Meet at the
suggestion.
Tarnapple.
yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah. You might as well come here. I think that might be the simplest thing.
All right.
So,
So
And
we'll
off
go
we
there.
go.
so I think as you arrive, it's just as the crowd has started to fill in a little bit. It's a little bit busier. There's a little excitement in the air. It's clear that the performance of the divas is about to begin, just as Axel and Canthan arrive. And so, as you're looking in the front door of this tavern, again, like the audience around the stage is clearly excited, and so then uh, raucous voices begin to sound past the stage door, and then performers in bright feathers and shimmering silk flood into the tavern, laughing bombastically. The crowd, including Xenia, responds with great enthusiasm. And that's Diva Luma and the Elucidarium Divas, Xenia says, nodding to the dark skinned woman leading the group, whose outfit is all sequins and bright feathers. The divas wave and proceed to the stage. There, Diva Luma pulls a small silk bag from her belt and hurls its contents upward, standing amid a rain of colorful glitter as the performance begins. A moment later, the diva's expression changes. Diva Luma grins cruelly, slips off her heeled shoes, and leaps towards Zinnia. And we are going to roll initiative, but I also have a fantastic bit of artwork for you. Um, this bit of artwork is called Diva's Attack. And look at this.
Okay.
They have been hitting it out of the park.
Yeah, some great artwork in this book for sure. All right, so we don't have like a formal battle map here, so I'm just going to put us on
okay.
on a blank map. Unless you'd prefer to just do it entirely theater of the imagination.
Uh, no, I'd rather have something of a battle map. Yeah.
I figured. So here we go. Let me get everybody on there. Hang on. Sorry, I'm putting you on the GM layer by accident. Okay, and then Dianok and Axel. And there will, of course, be many different crowd people, people in the crowd here that are running around, but I'm not going to put tokens on there for everyone. Okay, so we have the there are creatures in this called devas, but also divas. I'm trying to make sure I put the right ones on here. Okay. And so basically, these performers have leapt into battle here, but especially this main lady here is absolutely using her enormous high heeled shoe as a stabbing weapon.
Okay.
Well,
All right. I
Um,
would like to point out to the rest of the party, to the players around the table, that the way non-lethal attacks work in D&D 5th edition is that when you reduce someone to 0 hit points, you get to choose whether that was intended to kill them or knock them unconscious. And if it was the latter, then they are automatically at 0
oh
hit points
man,
and
I
stable.
ended up with a bunch of duplicates
So,
because it wasn't showing them. And then hold on. There we go. Whoops. Okay. Did we get a double of yours, Canthan? It looks like there was a 10 before,
yeah.
but now there's a 14.
I only rolled once.
Okay.
yeah.
Is
Uh, the only one for this current battle is Canthan.
okay.
That's the only one showing. Yeah.
Roll 20, please fix that. Why does it show like it? It's whenever there's a new map screen, they stay on there for me, the DM, but then nobody else can see it. But it just means that I don't see what you see, which is unhelpful. Um, all right, hold on. And okay, everyone should be on there. You can type in your own rolls, please.
Oh, this is not a sign of things to come. Oh, goodness.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, look at that. Dianok, you are up first.
Yeah.
I think first of all, let's put Dianok and Xenophon over here. Let's say that like because you were over in the corner by Xenia. I don't think she has a. Let me see if I've got a token for her. I'll just make a coupon of her. But she was in the table that was closest to the stage. Yeah, there's not a special token
okay.
for her, so I'll just grab it like a commoner one. Yeah. Do you grab it?
Okay. Ooh.
There we go. All right. So yeah, so you were at a table near her. But yeah. And then Axel and Canthan were just coming in, so you're kind of over in the corner.
Right.
All right, so Dianok, you're up first.
Okay, so yeah, what do I have? Um,
I mean, you tell me.
yeah, I think I'm going to target this individual
Okay.
with a firebolt.
All right.
And that's a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that is 16 damage.
She is killed.
Oh,
Or unconscious at least.
okay.
You get to
Okay.
choose. You get to choose.
You don't. Not with
Oh,
firebolt.
okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
That
Like
was-
Only
it is
melee.
a melee
Oh, no.
attack is the only one
Okay.
that lets you choose. Because
Okay.
think about it, like if you're shooting someone with an arrow, you can't say this is
No.
a non-lethal arrow.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're absolutely right. I forgot
Yeah.
that part of the
Yeah.
rule.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, oh, that's looks like not as tough as usual. So okay, and that's my
Mhm.
turn.
All right. Ex.
Actually, for movement, I'm just gonna kind of move, kind of
Mhm.
more in front of Xenia.
Okay. Axel, your turn.
Let's see. Hmm. Out of range for that. Hmm. Actually, I will move up close to him. Let's see. So I will move here. I think that puts me in range. Yep. I will use Charm Person on the one in front.
Okay. It's a charisma save, I think.
Wisdom,
Wisdom.
DC 13.
Okay. She gets an 8.
Nice.
It should have been with advantage, but it would still be an 8 anyway because there was 2 low rolls.
Okay.
But bearing in mind, though, charm person, especially in combat, is not like instantly she'll do what you want. This isn't a dominate spell. This is
Right.
she would recognize you as a friendly. Um, I think, yeah. So what are you doing in beyond that?
Um, he, he's Excellent's just like, please calm down. You're you're not yourself right now. He's trying to seem as non-threatening as possible for a
Okay.
weird-looking, slightly zombie-ish rabbit.
I will let you make a persuasion check with advantage because that's what charm person actually lets you do.
Nice. There we go. Oh, so it's a 12.
Okay, so I think with a 12, you don't see any obvious effect, but something might happen on her turn.
Okay.
Um, okay. Anything else for your turn before it's
No,
Canthan?
no, that'll be it.
All right, Canthan.
Hey, I am going to, as a bonus action, activate my ring of jumping.
Okay.
Take a 10-foot leap and a 10-foot run and leap over the crowd
Okay.
to land here.
Is that 30 feet?
Yeah, that's a 30-foot
Okay.
move altogether.
All right.
And yeah, she is within my range with my halberd, so I'm going to try and whack her with that. Again, not trying to kill here.
Okay.
So interesting. Okay. I will just. Just a 10.
Okay. A 10 is a miss, unfortunately. She has got dancer's moves.
Yeah. All right. Well, I am now a 5th level fighter, so I'm going to swing again.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And this time I got a 12.
A 12, unfortunately, is still not enough.
Ooh. Quite dexy.
All right.
So
that's my turn.
even though she is
bonus move in
actually
action.
not as graceful as you would think, because she's got this same kind of glassy-eyed stare.
Mhm.
Okay, so that makes it your turn, Xenophon.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to move to here, and I'm going to cast vicious mockery on her because this one she's down. She's possibly. I know Axel did something to her and is talking to her, so I'm going to try to cast vicious mockery on her. Your dance moves are not great. Do not hurt this crowd. I so implore you to say so. Oh, vicious mockery her.
Okay, it says saving
Wisdom
throw.
14. Wisdom 14 saving throw.
That's a fail.
Okay. So she takes 7 points of damage and has disadvantage on the next attack roll she makes before the end of her next
Okay.
turn.
She kind of puts her head up to her hands and kind of ah, but then she's still obviously angry and crazed looking.
Yeah.
Okay, it is Diva Luma's a turn, and I think she's like looking around in a manic haze, and the nearest to her is Canthan.
Okay.
Um,
When she enters my threatened range with my halberd, I get an attack. Use a reflex action to attack her.
okay.
Um, D&D is not giving me a roll thing. All right, here we go again. I got a 13 that time.
Okay, 13 does not hit her. It is
Okay.
deflected by it. You think it might have been enough to hit her other dancers, but her sequined outfit ironically gives her some degree of protection.
So sequins go flying everywhere, but she's not hurt.
Correct.
It's a scale mail dress.
Yeah. Um,
Got to use that. It's something else at some
yeah.
point.
Well, you're lucky though that you have taken a turn already this round because now, otherwise, she would be. She's getting the equivalent of the assassinate trait. Otherwise,
Mm-hmm,
um,
mm-hmm.
let's see. Yeah. So I think she's basically just making two stabs at you with her
Her
with
shoe.
her shoe. Wow, those are some high rolls. 21 to hit and 25 to hit.
Both of those surprisingly hit.
Yeah, those are high rolls. I'll just say
Yeah.
it's not like she just always hits that high. But yeah, so that's going to be a total of 12 piercing damage for you.
Okay.
But then at the end of her turn, you feel that your magic spell, Exel, is still sort of winding its way around, and she's just sort of blinking and holding her head for a second, and she's going to make a saving throw at disadvantage. And it's at disadvantage just because otherwise she wouldn't be making it at all. Where is this? Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. She's making the save. Why is it? Okay, there we go. Constitution. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's a success. Okay. Yeah. So her eyes kind of start to like she looks confused, but then she's kind of like looking at her shoe, which the heel is covered in blood, and she gasps and drops it.
Hmm.
Her companion is not affected by that change. She is still going. So uh, it is their turn now, and actually, once again, you're just the closest there, Canthan.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I am a slab of meat
Hmm.
in the shape of a shield.
Well, I'm just explaining the logic because I'm not,
Mhm.
you know,
No, that's fine.
it wouldn't be that I'm picking on you. It's almost more like the tactician in me would have them choose something else if not for that's why what they're doing.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what I'm saying.
One of the reasons I'm there is to distract them from softer targets.
Well, also just the nature of their poison is they attack whatever's closest to them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so they are coming at you to stab with their own shoes. And they get a 12 and a 5.
Neither of those hit.
Yeah. Uh, they are still currently, obviously, in the like the glassy-eyed, manic, poisoned condition. Okay, Dianok, your turn.
Okay,
Oh wait, hang
so
on. I have to roll a d20 for the one that's unconscious. Okay. Uh, ironically, they rolled a natural 20, which means they're now back at 1 hit point. All
You
right.
lucked out.
Well, you say that.
No,
Um,
no, no, no.
Enoch, it's your turn. I don't know that you would necessarily be aware of that unless you're paying close attention to that one, but you tell me.
yeah, I think let's see. Distance. Okay. Um, yeah. Well, it's a good thing I have 35 feet of movement. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. That yeah. Okay. Whoop whoop. Gonna do the hideous laughter.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom 15.
Okay. Yeah, they fail.
Okay, so they're they fall prone and are uh, incapacitated.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's really useful in this whole campaign where we don't want
Mm-hmm.
to kill people.
Yeah, and that's my turn.
Okay. Axel, what are you doing?
Um, hmm. Um, I I think I have some way,
Hmm.
or I'm trying to think of a way if there's a way to subdue them. And honestly, I don't have anything that is.
They make a melee attack, and when they're unconscious, they're unconscious and not dead. That's how you subdue someone in this game.
Yeah. Oh wow, I can't
Uh,
even. um. Hmm. I will. What's the least damaging thing I can do? Actually, no. Oh gosh. Um.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. Well. Let's see. Screw it. We will move here, and I will use. Toll the. I will use Mind Sliver.
Okay.
It is a DC 14 intelligence.
All right.
on which one?
The one next to Canthan.
The one that is currently incapacitated with laughter?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
They fail.
That is 2d6. 5 points.
Okay.
And she needs to make another wisdom saving throw with advantage.
All right. Okay. That's 17.
-3.
Success.
-3.
Oh, okay. 14. Is 14 still a success?
That is. Wait. 15 is the DC. So.
Okay. Wow. So she is grimacing in pain, but still laughing.
Right. Yeah, that's something you have to discuss at some point.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's why I chose Mind Sliver. It's if they fail to save, they take damage and minus on their next saving throw.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's all I got because I have a negative in strength, so I can't actually do damage with an unarmed strike.
All right. So, Kentan.
So yeah.
All right. I am going to transfer my halberd so it's just in my left hand. With my right hand, reach to my belt, snap open a pouch, and toss a net over the one who is to the north of me there. I believe she's not incapacitated.
She is currently
she is
incapacitated laughing.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
just that one. All right. In that case, I'll throw it at the beaver.
Okay. Does she make a dexterity save or is it an attack? Well, that's a
It's
crit.
an
So
attack roll with a critical with a
yeah.
net that does no damage. But she is restrained.
Okay, so I think she doesn't even really try to evade it. She was kind of just looking at us with a stunned expression, and then it's like now there's a net on her too, and she's just like
All right,
looking.
just making
Sure,
sure.
sure, yeah.
So that's you know what I will that's my turn.
Okay,
Yeah.
Xenophon.
Okay, so I'm going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to here. And I mean, as far as she's lying down out, she's laughing
She's
and
in a net.
in
As
a
far as
net. So Xenophon doesn't really have anything he wants to do to any of these because they all seem currently in a good spot and he doesn't want to mess that up. So he's watching and waiting, but he's not actually going to attack anybody because they seem to be currently all under
holding an action.
yeah, I'm gonna hold well I'm not close enough to actually hit anybody. So yeah,
Well, maybe you should move to someplace where you are.
yeah, so I'm gonna move to here.
Can you?
And I'll check how she's going because that was a nasty firebolt. So I'm going to check how she's doing.
Okay,
We don't want to kill these people, but
Mhm. Okay. So if you're using your action to do that, you can make a medicine check.
okay, I'll make a medicine check. Let's see what. Once again, Xenophon is not the best doctor on the planet. He rolled a 5.
Yeah, she was very badly burned. In fact, I think with that, as far as you can tell, she seems to be unconscious.
Oh, okay. Xenophon the clueless.
Hmm.
Unconscious and making death saving throws, or just unconscious.
As far as you can tell, she is unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. He's got he rolled terrible. Okay.
I
Yes.
rolled terrible. I
Yes.
don't know nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. So the that makes it Diva Luma's turn, currently in a net, and what she does is drop to her knees and start crying.
Okay.
The others, the one that's laughing gets to repeat the saving throw at the end of their turn, right?
Yes.
14. So
Still a failure.
yeah. The other one is was playing possum and suddenly stands up and attacks Dianok with surprise because of you've got your back to her and I'm giving her advantage.
Okay.
Um, all right, so 15 to hit.
I um I didn't say this before, but after getting trampled by the crowd, Dianok would put a mage armor on.
Okay, I will allow that, but please
Yeah.
try to say so in the
Yeah.
future because otherwise it's
But
like
in that case, does not hit.
okay. How about the 20?
Yes,
second
that
attack.
does hit.
Yeah, that's going to be 5 piercing damage as she stands up behind you and stabs you with her shield.
I could just imagine the horror movie.
Well,
thing,
you
like,
know,
Yeah.
they
Or-
call them stiletto heels for a reason.
Yeah. And this
Fine
was I think that this comes as quite a surprise to you, Xenophon, who just checked and determined that she was unconscious. Yeah. So that is their turn. Dianok, it is your turn.
So Dianok is going to grab their short sword and just try and conk the that individual on the head,
Okay.
knock it out. 23.
That'll hit. Yeah. And they have 1 hit point because
Yeah.
that's the only reason. So back unconscious.
But subdual damage.
Sure. So unconscious for real this time. I mean, it was real last time. She just woke up quickly. All right. So that makes it Exel's turn.
Um, how does the one on the ground look? Do they look?
I mean, they are. I mean,
I
yes,
mean,
they are.
are they heavily damaged or
Yes,
oh, okay?
this is
Um,
a dancer who has been magically poisoned to attack people.
uh,
Okay.
Yes, she looks hurt.
then I
Dianoc
Alright.
took
will.
the other one out with
Tie him
one
up.
firebolt.
Tie
Yeah.
him up.
um, do I think I have rope. Yeah, because I wasn't involved in the rope incident in the mine. So yes, I actually do still have my rope. It
Mhm.
was not destroyed by acid. So
Okay.
I will try to tie her up.
Okay. I believe as incapacitated, she can't resist. So, I will let you make a sleight of hand if you have it. Otherwise, just dexterity check to try to just because she's laughing and therefore kind of moving erratically. But
Yeah.
otherwise, she's not resisting in any organized way.
Okay. 19.
All right. Yeah. So I think you succeed in tying her up.
Yeah, and that will be my turn. I because I'm kind of looking around and I see that one has been bonked out and the other is in a net crying, which is kind of sad.
Mm-hmm. Almost like these are innocent victims of a poisoning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, they still need to be
well,
controlled
no,
before.
understood. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that with everyone incapacitated, what eventually happens is that even the one that was laughing, that eventually wears off, and
Yeah.
her eyes kind of start to clear, and she's kind of looking around disoriented too. But I think uh, even as that's happening, Diva Luma is just looking around horrified. You know, the tears are giving her total like drippy raccoon eyes. It's
Oh,
totally ruining her fancy makeup. It looks terrible, and she's just
Okay.
um, uh,
I'm go- yeah,
she is distraught.
I'm gonna
Um,
kneel down, get her attention, help her out of the net, and say, you've been a victim of a drugging or poisoning, and I think it was in the glitter that you used. Um, where did you get that? And could somebody have tampered it with it? Tampered with it? Tampered
yeah.
it?
Yeah, so hang on, I'm just trying
What
to
is it?
organize cuz just I'm looking at the trying to find where the just where all of this information was.
Tampered with it.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
right
well,
phrase. It
yes,
just
okay. I'm
suddenly
sorry,
sounded
just
wrong. It's one of those things.
okay. Yeah, she's just like, yeah, it wasn't. I think it must have been the glitter. It wasn't the usual glitter, but it's just we have fans that we see on the street, and there's just this lady who just said she was a big fan, and she gave me a sachet of fancy glitter. And so thanks for many inspiring performances, and then that's what I used, and then I just felt sad, and I didn't feel
Okay, I'm gonna
good.
try and calm her down. Okay. You want me to roll persuasion here, or should we
Sure, yeah.
just? Okay. 12. Um, and suddenly it's
Okay.
giving me places to roll again.
All right.
And yeah, it's like, can you describe her? And I'm mentally expecting the
Yeah.
lady with the.
And sure enough, you do, and she confirms that it was a woman wearing green pantaloons and a yellow tunic. Um,
Mhm.
she says unhelpfully that the woman introduced herself, but she can't remember the
All right.
name.
Well,
So yeah,
Leonard
but
would be.
well,
Uh,
okay, give me a second, you guys, because you're jumping on stuff, and I love the initiative, but I'm also needing to describe more things that are happening. Which is that the obviously the crowd sort of fled when there was seeming like a big fight happening, except for Nargis, who went straight to the side of his daughter and was hugging her and kind of protecting her. And I think Xenophon, since you're the closest there, You
Yeah.
actually kind of notice that as he is hugging her and comforting her, he's saying, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault."
Okay, I'm going to go slide over in that direction slightly. And speak quietly to him.
Mm-hmm.
If you know more about this, it would be good if you could help us stop this from happening. I'll say to him very, very quietly. I mean, it's really for his. I'm trying not even have Xenia hear this,
Mm-hmm.
if at all possible. I'm trying
I
really.
think that would be hard. He's
Yeah,
literally holding her, but
yeah.
yeah, you know what? I will let you. You are skilled with your voice. I'll let you make a performance check to see how
Okay.
well that goes.
The dice are not with me now. It's
Okay.
only a 13. So I guess she's
That's
going to
enough.
hear it.
Like she seems also like she's really upset by this events, and there's not necessarily as paying as close attention. But go ahead and make a persuasion check for your
All
what you're
right, here we
saying
go.
though.
That's a
Uh,
19.
yeah, he hears you and he kind of flinches. His shoulders get stiff a little bit, and he just kind of looks back and just says, "Yes, it's perhaps time to be clear about this. If we're going to stop these attacks, I'll I'll tell you what I know."
I'll make a head motion for my companions to try to come over here just so they can join us.
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty.
I think the three dancers are now mutually hugging each other and crying into each other's arms.
Yeah. Dianoc would have gone to the unconscious one and just like made sure she was actually okay, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe helped her back into.
She probably would need healing in order to not be unconscious anymore.
Yeah, I don't actually have healing
I'm a
myself.
little busy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, but like Dianoc will just make sure that the damage is not permanent. If
I
I
have a
mean,
healer kit if she's not stable.
no, she's
she's
stable, but yeah,
Okay.
her dress is ruined. We burned it up.
well,
Um, but
yeah,
I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, so everyone else has left. He had the you know but in any case, Nargis has orders the guards that were there struggling to get through the crowd to because yeah, it didn't actually ever say where they went during that, but it's fine. He dismisses them and he says he'll talk just to you all, but he says this is all down to the greed and arrogance uh, of me and the other kings of coin, and now our firstborn children are being asked to pay the price.
How did this start?
You must know of the jelly flower and its recent introduction.
Mm-hmm.
It was, in fact, not discovered, rather, but created. It was the magical creation of a witch named Proud Eden. Edun. He probably doesn't clarify the spelling, but I will. The and the other kings of coin negotiated with her, and we wished for a new crop that would be a wealth bringing export for the city, and it certainly was in that regard. But we did promise at the time that our firstborn children would be her apprentices in exchange for the delivery of the jelly flower, and to my great shame, when the time came for us to deliver our children to be her apprentices, I proposed to the other kings of coin, and they were persuaded that we should, in fact, kill her rather than fulfilling our half of the bargain. We called her to a secret meeting and and murdered her.
Hmm.
I don't ask you to forgive or even to understand my actions. I do neither to myself, but that is what we did, and what we did was because we believed that's what was best for our children.
Did you make did you make sure she was dead? Because if she is, then this did she have family?
Or an
Or
apprentice
are
of
there
her own already?
apprentices? Is what I'm thinking.
Mm.
I I don't know it. If she did, we were not aware of it. We were quite sure that she was dead, but uh, if she had any relations, I don't know. I just attacks on our children. I can't think of it being anything but this, and my conscience since has been difficult, regardless, and I can't help but feel some measure of relief's not the right word, but the feeling that this was the right thing to confess.
Well,
But please, whatever comes of this revelation, you must you must do what you can to stop these attacks. It's not fair that our children should bear the brunt of this. They knew nothing about this.
mhm.
That explains motive. We need to see if we can.
It's quite it does feel like, yeah, it's the revenge on the children for the children were not delivered, sort of a motive. Yeah.
I think we need to go out. I think we need to see if someone has seen where this woman has gone. This is the third attack in one night. She's definitely not done.
I think the rounding all the kids up and it will make it easier to protect them.
I think we should do two things. We should get the kids all together and safe. We should also tell Samir's guards to be on the to put out a
Yeah.
lookout for the woman and
Um,
try to find her ourselves.
Nargis, do you know where the children are now, or is I'm assuming they're either being guarded, hidden away?
Um, Hang on, I'm trying to read the part of this. Sorry, just there's a little bit of a like. I'm looking at the next thing, and it feels like I'm missing a piece. And I'm just trying to make sure I'm not giving you bad information. Um,
Xenophon, do
Yes.
you,
Wait. Oh, you know what? Sorry. Okay. Part of what I yeah. Okay. Part of what I said was wrong, which was to say when you asked if the witch had any family, he says we knew only the name Kala Marburin, who was a daughter, but she was lost in the jungle years before. We had never. We thought she was completely lost. We had never known her to be in the city in any way. Long before this would have happened, long before we ever made our bargain with her. And I think actually, no, never mind. It would have been funny, but no, never mind. Sorry. I had a funny idea, but it doesn't make sense in context.
Though, if she lost a daughter, that would explain why she would want your children.
Mhm.
oh,
But
lost
But
her
that
mother.
missing daughter might also be the person who's been committing all this.
And it's
As
likely.
You know what? You know what? I'm just for the sake of convenience, I think what's going to happen is as he says the name Kala Mabarin, all of a sudden you you hear Kala Mabarin. That was the name, and it's Diva Luma who had reappeared in the doorway. Um,
Ah,
and she just marches right in, completely oblivious to the idea that Nargis had just been confessing a deep secret personal sin, um, and just says, and again, like her face is still a mess, but she's clearly composed herself now. She is back in the mode of just she, she does her thing. She is in control of herself, and she just says, I was just with my friends apologizing to the fans outside who had such a horrific shock at seeing the terrible performance that we put on today as a result of this poisoning due to this calamambarin, and several of them say that they saw a figure matching her description heading toward the pier. And I felt it critical that I let you know at once.
All right. Well, let's see what we can do. We'll head to the pier.
And Exo looks at Nargis and says, "Get as many guards as you can to round up those kids while we go check the pier."
He nods, although he doesn't, frankly, at this moment, look like he's ready to leap into action of any
Yeah,
variety.
he's a little racked.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we see any guards along the way, then we can start directing them. Or we could go to the Court of Flowers on the way to the pier and tell Samira. I think that's a good plan.
You could. All right.
Or
I'm sorry, I keep sort of like chiming in with my own judgment about this adventure, but
Okay,
it's also kind of like
our-
the suspect is on the run and you have a lead where she is, but we're going to make a few stops.
No.
okay.
Heading straight for the pier.
Why don't we go to the pier?
It's okay. It's funny how sometimes these published mysteries assume a certain course of action and the timeline gets messed up if you don't actually follow that course. So that's all. That's
All right.
it.
To the pier we go.
Okay.
Fearlessly.
So this is that is actually the piece that I had read past and was missing, because the next bit is saying the March of Vice parade begins as the characters make their way to the pier, and I was like, wait, pier? What pier? What there's a pier? Yeah.
Peerless.
But so you are hurrying across the city to try to make your own way down to the pier. The parade runs down the River of Gold and ends at the jetty. As the characters come to, well, here, let me move this artwork off. As you are coming through the central thoroughfare, the streets are alive with joyful music and exuberant festival goers watching an oncoming parade. An open carriage drawn by an ox leads the procession. The carriage bears a large man wearing a white mask and vines of jelly flowers. He waves to the adoring public as figures in gowns and headscarves, the color of jelly flowers, march after him. And this is, in fact, actually the artwork I had shown previously, from the beginning. The wages, the March of Vice handout. Did I close that? Anyway, here it is. It's never mind. It's not showing it because I closed it. Yeah, but anyway, let me pull that handout up again. But yeah, so that is what you're seeing is the that March of Vice. Roll20 does this thing where if you pop it out as a separate window, there we go. Here it is. Yeah. So that is what is being described here is this guy. So you are rushing towards the pier. You wind up near the jetty as the parade is reaching the end of the thoroughfare. As the parade reaches the nears the jetty, grasping weeds and vines erupt from the cobblestone street beneath the carriage. At the head of the parade, the ox pulling the cart panics, causing the vehicle to careen into a post covered in decorations. The vegetation then wraps around the cart's wheels and the closest bystanders. A pair of revelers produce weapons, revealing themselves to be guards protecting the Prince of Vice, because that's who this guy in the cart is. The Prince of Vice, aka Azra Near, the son of Grand Messer Amos Near,
Right.
and uh, and so Canthan, as the owner of the highest passive perception score, you spot a figure in green and yellow throwing something toward the cart. An instant later, a cloud of pink ashes bursts from a sachet, striking the two guards. And so,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm going to throw a net over one of those guards.
Well, we'll see just a moment because we're gonna. I'm putting you on the initiative tracker here, and I think you were. I have to put everybody on this map. I think you had been on the pier, so I'm going to put you kind of at one end here, because you were looking along the pier, and this is happening as the parade has arrived there. And this is once again one of those dynamic lighting. I'm going to turn off the dynamic lighting because the line of sight makes no sense for this one, because you're not supposed to be. Oh, you know what? I take it back because it would make sense because it is the corner of a building. It's not just like pier stones. So we'll just put you like a little closer in so you can see part of like so. The head of the parade was just coming down this way. So right here is the guy and his guards, and then you see the woman right there. And so let's get. Everyone on the initiative tracker, and we'll see who can do what.
Yeesh.
Okay. I think we've got everybody on there, correct? Okay. Let me open what these guys can do and what the order of these things can happen, because it's the guards have their turn first. And they have just inhaled a bunch of this pink cloud, and and I think each of them are going to make an attack on the Prince of Vice, who is right there, because that is what they're. So one of them misses wide, but with a 7 to hit. The other one gets a dirty 20. But wow, rolls only 2 piercing damage. So stabs Azra near in the shoulder, doing 2 piercing damage. And okay. And that is what they do first. And then it is your turn, Dianok.
Dianok is going to see if it can do hideous laughter again on probably this one. I have a better line of sight on, so
Okay.
So that's a wisdom 15.
They are all of the wisdom saving throws have been like low rolls. So yeah, that's a fail
Okay, so that one is
for the moment.
Incapacitated for now.
Yeah.
yep. Say, I'll tell them like, yeah, if they're down, don't hit them.
Okay. So it is now Kalamabarin's turn. Um, and you notice that although you recognize the clothing, you realize that her skin has a bark-like consistency to it.
Mm-hmm.
And she holds up her hand, conjures some flame within it, and then goes to hurl it at Azranir. Gets a 13 to hit, which does. Um, and does only 3 fire damage. So he is now stabbed in the shoulder and burned, but still alive for the moment. He can't take much more of that, though. He's just a dude.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so I think she probably came forward to get a little closer to do that. Axel, your turn.
Alrighty, let's see. Nice. So, uh, before I move, Exel will tell them, "Go help the guards," and I will go help the guards, and I will hold her up, and I will move here. And as a bonus action, I will use my form of dread.
Okay.
So that means I get some temporary hit points. If it would roll for me, that is. Okay, there we go. So it's 9.
Mm-hmm.
Right, roll twice. And then I will use Mind Sliver on her.
Okay. She makes an intelligence save.
Uh, yes, it is DC 14.
She got a 12.
Nice. So then she takes 2d6. Oh, I don't know why it's going so slow. There we go.
All right. 10. It's pretty good.
And then, and also, let's see.
Why is that not linked to her actual little thing? That's weird.
And so on her next saving throw, hopefully, which will be on my turn, she'll have a -3. I'll just
Okay.
down.
All right, Kenthan.
Okay. If Exel's got that under control, I am going to run over to here and throw my net over the guard who is not restrained.
Okay.
I got 11 to hit. That's not going to make
Yeah,
it.
unfortunately, he slashes it
Swoops
out of
it
the
over.
way with his sword.
Okay, well, that's one of 2 attacks I get, so I guess I'm going to whack him with the halberd.
All right. Well, are you like, is like a halberd has to be 2 hands, right? Can you?
Right. Well, I've thrown the net, so it's out of my hand. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. I think we'll maybe need to talk about that in the future, but I'll allow it for now.
critical hit,
Okay. That obviously hits.
13 damage.
Yeah, he is. You. Are you trying for non-lethal?
Yes,
Okay.
I want to knock him out.
Yeah, you do so.
Okay.
All right. That would make it Xenophon's turn.
Xenophon has a plan. Xenophon has a cunning plan. So Xenophon looks at the woman and says, "Your abilities are worthless. We're gonna have you trapped. Whatever you can do, you cannot act. I'm going to use unsettling words, which is something new I have.
Okay.
As a bonus action, I can spend 1 use of my bardic inspiration and choose one creature you can see within 60 feet. That's her. Roll the bardic inspiration die. The creature must subtract the number rolled from the next saving throw it makes before the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that. So it subtracts 4.
Mhm.
Now we have a -7. Now, as my actual action, I am going to cast Hypnotic Pattern at her.
Okay.
Hypnotic Pattern. You create a twisting pattern of colors that weaves through the air inside a 30-foot cube within range. I'm going to keep it so it doesn't exhale.
Mhm.
The pattern appears when one and vanishes. Each
Yeah,
creature in the area must. Yeah. Okay. So
Wisdom
make a
save?
wisdom saving throw at -7.
Yeah, that's gonna fail.
Yep. So she's incapacitated as a speed of 0.
Hmm. Okay, I think that yeah, yeah, we'll that seems to work for the moment.
All right. So that's my turn.
Okay.
Alpha strike.
Um uh I think that yeah, Azranir is uh why would he not be poisoned too? Like oh, right, cuz he was up on the cart.
Yeah. And this
Yeah.
was the poison happened down in the street. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, but what he is doing though is like, um, he is looking at the one guard that's unconscious, the other one that is like laughing hysterically, and then the stranger who just knocked out one of his guards, even though his guards were acting really weird, and he's gonna peace out. He is dashing as far as he can get back through that way. Yeah, no word to you. He doesn't know what your deal is. For all he knows, you're in on it with Kala. So yeah, he's just like, okay, I'm out. I'm out of here. Um, that makes it the guard's turn again. Only one of them is unconscious. The other one is going to make his saving throw against to try to break the laughter. Gets a 10.
That's a fail.
Yep. Okay. And so, Dianok, your turn again.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go uh up to her and uh see if I can try and tie her up.
Okay. Go ahead and I guess make a dexterity check to try to tie her. I mean, she's not resisting, but
Yep.
that's not the same thing as knowing how to tie someone up, even when they're not resisting.
That is a 16.
Okay. It seems like it's working, but what I'll say is, as you are doing that and she is not resisting, suddenly flowing up out of her, you see a horrific spectral figure wreathed in vapors flowing up out of her and screaming in rage and frustration.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
This was too easy.
Yep.
Yep. So that has happened. Axel, it is your turn.
Well then, since this does not seem to be an innocent person under the influence of a poison, this one shall get. You know what? We'll just go for broke here. Eldritch Blast. I will Eldritch
The
Blast.
warlock's friend.
Mhm.
Yeah, I will Eldritch Blast the thing that just came out of this lady.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
That'll hit.
And that'll be 9 points of force damage.
Mhm.
And they have to make a DC 14 wisdom check or be frightened of me.
Okay. They are not immune to frightened, so wisdom. Well, it would be nice if one of these could roll above a 8 for wisdom saves. That's fine.
You, you're feeling the pain we had last week.
Well, I've rolled like easily a dozen of them, all below 10. Anyway, all right, yeah. So seems to be frightened of you.
Yep. And then, so thus I will hold my ground. I will stay there.
Okay. Well, they are going to remind me what the frightened does. It's just can't move closer to you, and like, is it attacks
Yeah.
against you are at disadvantage, or is all attacks are at disadvantage while you're in line of sight, or what? Like
Let's see here.
frightened. I don't like frightened.
It's
Yeah,
disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight.
Yeah.
So if she can duck around a corner so that
Mhm.
she doesn't see him, she just won't be.
Yeah. Mhm.
Won't be at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think. Yeah. Gosh. Yeah. Well, so I mean, under those circumstances, you know what? No, I think they'll just go ahead and still make uh, their attack first, which they'll do at disadvantage. But they are going to attempt to reach their wraith-like hands into Deanoch, and that's a 15 to hit.
That is a miss.
Okay, then they flee away around the corner.
Okay. Guess I'll, tying up. Don't have my short sword in hand, so just try and whack, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
That is a 6.
That'll miss.
Okay.
Okay. So when the target is the frightened, if they are outside the break line of sight, do they get to make a save at the end of their turn?
Yes, they do to break the. It's actually no. I'm sorry. It's to the end of my turn, if I'm not mistaken. Let me
Okay.
double
Okay.
check.
I believe that's the case. So let's move
Yep.
on.
Yep.
Canthan, it's your turn.
Okay. I am going to let's see, 10, 20, 30, head over to here. As a bonus action, I'm going to activate my my fighting spirit to give me attacks, give me advantage on my next this round's attacks, and I'm going to pull out the meat cleavers that I use as hand axes and fling them at the demon thing around
Okay.
the corner
Now we're cooking.
there. So a 15
That'll hit.
and a 22. So
Okay.
a total of 14 slashing damage.
Okay. It does not do as much as you would hope because of the spectral nature of this creature. They partially disrupt the ectoplasmic smoke, but not entirely.
Okay. That's my turn.
Okay, Xenophon.
All right. The bard should not be charging after this thing, but the bard's going to do that anyway because, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I can see. Can I see her from here? Or not? Yeah. Okay.
Can-
Okay. I
can
can
you?
see her.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then I will cast vicious mockery on her. You might try to flee spectral creature, but you're going to be you're nothing more than a leecher. So wisdom saving throw 14.
That's a 12.
Okay. So it takes 5 points of damage and disadvantage on its next attack roll.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Azranir continues to sprint out of the You can get away. He is
Mm-hmm,
run off
mm-hmm.
the bottom of the map. You
Bravely.
lose sight of him. Okay. It is the one guard is going to try to get rid of his his the laughing
Mm-hmm.
does not. Still laughing. Dianoc, your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna move one, two, yeah, move up there and firebolt.
Okay.
But I don't think a 10 will hit.
No.
And yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Um, the yeah, gosh. Okay. Yeah. So Kalama Baran isn't doing anything. She's still hypnotized. Axel.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Then I will move. So that is. Can I move past her? I don't. This is that like a rock or a pillar, right
Well,
there
yes, it's
next.
like a potted plant.
Oh, okay, okay. So okay, I can slide past her and the
Yes.
plant. Okay. All right. I'll move here, and I will then use Toll the Dead.
Okay.
DC 14 Wisdom.
All right. Finally, a good roll. That's 16.
Then they are fine.
Hmm. Okay.
Yep, that's my turn. And the frightened ends on the end of my turn, so she's
Right.
good to go. They don't have
Okay.
to make a check.
Um. Well, what? I'm torn here because on the one hand, you're all fighting. They could just keep fighting you, but you know what? I think it's maybe more interesting if no, you know what? Never mind that. I'm talking to myself. Uh, what the visa does is disappear into the wall, and you're not sure where she is until she zooms out over here, over from the rest of the other corner, and comes back around to attack Xenophon. With disadvantage for this one, for the vicious mockery, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I also, since she entered my range, I get an attack with my halberd.
Well, then I wouldn't have put her there. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. She's
okay.
avoiding that. She has
She's-
60 feet
she's
of
coming
movement.
up. She's coming after the pesky bard.
Wow. Okay. So the disadvantage is a 25, but be happy because a 26 is a crit. So
Yep.
it would have been a crit if not for the disadvantage.
Whoa.
Oh no.
So wow. Okay. Yeah. So lucky you, Xenophon. You are taking 17 necrotic damage instead of
Instead of-
47.
Okay. Okay. Well, luckily, I'm
Oh.
also resistant to necrotic damage, so
Okay.
that's half. So that's...
You're also going to need to make a Constitution saving throw.
all right. That is a 17.
So that's a success. Your hit point maximum is not reduced, but you do take the
Ow.
you take the 8 necrotic damage.
Yeah.
17 half.
Still not a fan of this, but still.
No. Yeah. You know what? I don't know actually. I think hang on. Let me count movement here. 1 2 11. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I I'm regretting a tactical decision, but that's all right. It has to be what it is. Um, yeah. So they're yeah. That's the end of their turn. Canthan, it's your turn.
Okay. I am going to, as a bonus action, activate Fighting Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Attack with my halberd. 25 for 9 slashing,
Okay.
23 for 8 slashing,
Well, both of those
and
hit.
then activate Action Surge and attack 2 more times.
Okay.
18 for
Mm-hmm.
12 slashing, and a 13. That might not
Uh,
hit for 12 slashing.
it does. It does. All of those
Okay.
hit, but only taking half of that damage, of course. But
Right.
still, that's a substantial amount. You're definitely like messing with this thing's form.
Yeah.
And
And
as this is all happening, she is just screaming out, "Amos Nir, Nagas Ruba," uh, and just yelling out the names of all of the kings of Coin. Those paying attention might notice she does not say Samira Ara.
Hmm. Well, I'm right there, so I think I'm paying attention because she's
Mm-hmm.
just screaming and trying to kill me. So I think I heard that. Okay, interesting. Interesting.
okay. And yeah, that's the end of my turn.
All right. That makes it Xenophon's turn.
All right. So I have this thing screaming at me. What can I do about that? I'm going to try another spell I swapped out. I'm going to try Dissonant Whispers. So I'm going to start rapping at her discordantly and terribly. So it's got to make a wisdom saving throw,
Okay.
or it'll take 3d6 psychic. If it exceeds, it'll get
11.
half damage. Okay, so it failed. So um, it takes 11 psychic damage.
Hmm. Starting to look
and
pretty
and
rough.
must use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from you.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
it's,
It flees 60 feet into like
I
away.
may yeah, this may not be the best tactics, but it gets it off of me. I'm the
Uh,
squishiest of all of us.
yeah. Yeah. So it flies away from you to here. All right.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Azranir is continuing to run, but he's out of the picture. I'm going to go ahead and remove him from the initiative. The one guard, he's going to try to. He's still laughing at all of this. 18, finally. Jeez.
Okay.
All right. But that's at the end of his turn, so he can't do anything. All right. That makes it Dianok's turn.
Okay, so Dianok is going to seeing which way it ran. Gonna go out here. And since that is within 120 feet, going to throw fire.
Mm-hmm.
26.
Okay, it hits.
I never thought a wood elf could be a pyromaniac.
For 11 damage.
All right, it's looking extremely rough now.
And that was 5, 10. That was 15 feet. So gonna 1, 2, 3, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah. And that's my turn.
Right. Okay. Axel, your turn.
Alrighty. I saw where it moves, or saw my compatriot move that way. I will move back over here. And can I? Yes, I can. And I will again use Toll the Dead.
Okay.
Actually, wait. Nope. Well, are they within 60 feet? Let me know.
Within 60 feet, yes.
Oh, yeah. Then, yeah, Toll the Dead. Wisdom 14.
They fail.
So they take, and they've already been damaged. So they take two. So, yeah, two d12.
All right. Okay. So
9 points.
let me briefly just say that, it is occasionally a challenge for a DM to try not to be an adversarial DM. I'm a fan of the players. I want them to do well and succeed in their battles. But sometimes there's also things that can happen in a battle that seem like it would be fun to have those things happen, and then they don't because of the way that the dice turn out and everything. And so what I will say is that this is an extremely frustrating encounter for me, but at the same time, good job, you have defeated the bees. Axel, describe the how your toll the dead dissipates this evil spirit once and for all.
This is necrotic damage. I don't know if they have a resistance or anything because they are undead.
Oh
right?
no, that's a good point. If it's necrotic, no, that's I'm 100% glad you said that, because actually that means that it doesn't do anything.
It's immune.
They're immune to necrotic.
Oh no!
So never mind.
Yeah.
They survive for one more round. In that case, what they're gonna do is there's pieces of this that, like, I don't know. I feel like in hindsight, I would have designed this encounter differently, but that's okay. It's okay. I like this adventure. It's just like it's okay. What the Biza does is like, yeah, you know what they do? They fly up to this unconscious guard and they life drain and kill that guard.
Oh, how
Oh no.
nice.
Yeah. And then they go into the wall, and maybe they come out somewhere. I don't know. You have to maybe try to find them.
That's
So, I've
Right.
put the token in a spot on the map, but that does not mean you all know where
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah. So I am going to, it's my turn next. I'm going to use a bonus action to activate my ring of jumping, and I'm going to leap up onto the top of this building so that I can get a good look around for where the thing might have gone.
Okay. Make a perception check.
13.
You don't see them.
Okay.
Their stealth was better.
Well, I am keeping an eye out, looking around. I've got a good vantage point here. I'm also looking to see whether it's chasing that prince dude.
It seems like it would. The most direct way to do that would have been to go straight south, and it went into the wall sideways. But you don't know otherwise.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay. Gets to do a little bit more after all. Xenophon, your turn. Actually, yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah,
You can make it with advantage.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do anyway. I was going to move and look around for it. So this is what's advantage? Okay, why is this not working? Okay, let me try that again. Why is it not giving me 2? That's even worse. So yes, 10. So I don't think I see anything.
No.
Yep. So I'm just going to move next to Axel because that's a safe spot.
All right.
One hopes anyway.
Yeah, I'll say all of you still have this sort of like feeling like it's not gone. There's still just something making the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Yeah.
Okay. That was Xenophon. So this guard is now able to move again, and he's going to stand up and charge at Dianok and attack him.
Oh.
Forgot about that guy, didn't you?
Well, yeah, there are bigger things afoot.
He gets an 18.
That does hit. Not gonna
Yeah.
use shield because preserve.
Five piercing damage.
And uh, this takes from their um, ward,
Okay.
arcane ward. So, yep. And that was 5, you said?
Yep.
Okay. So I will apply that.
All right. So it is now your turn, Dianok.
Okay. So I'm going to ignore the guard
Uh huh.
and just go 1, 2,
It's gonna
3,
make an opportunity attack.
4. Yep. Go there and
Misses.
yeah. Okay, so go there and look around, and if I see it, I'll throw a firebolt. If not, I will hold a firebolt for it.
You have to you have to use your action to make a perception check.
Okay.
Lee just got her power back.
Well,
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
it's sooner
our
than
back
the
is good.
prediction. Yeah.
Perception check?
21.
Not good enough.
Wow.
They rolled really high on their stealth.
That's what sneaky thing.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Axel, your turn.
Let's see. So there is one person left who's being aggressive. So that gentleman will get a Eldritch Blast. Natural 20.
Okay.
Oh man, you just slaughtered someone.
Oh boy.
Well, probably. Let's see what the damage is.
9 points.
Not quite dead.
But he does have to make a wisdom save or of DC 14 or be afraid of me.
Probably appropriate for him to be afraid of you, frankly. Natural
You
one.
knocked
Yeah.
you knocked away 90% of my hit points in one round. I'd be afraid of you.
Yeah. But he's still poisoned and crazed anyway, so it's like it doesn't. It's not really applying.
And to add to the effect, I will step forward. I will just move 5 feet closer to him.
Okay.
So that way, because I know that they attack the nearest thing, and he can't technically, if it's me. So, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. Well, the Biza emerges from the wall again right here and then raises its hands over the dead guard.
Oh, oh boy.
Is that
Rebecca
something
like this.
DNR can see?
It's not a spell.
Okay.
Sorry.
I tried.
Yeah, no, it's a reasonable thing to ask, but unfortunately, this is it's not a spell. Create specter, although I have to get a specter token. Hang on. Specter. There we go. Please put it on the map, dear Roll20. There we go. Yeah. So the lifting up out of the dead body is another spectral figure that is gonna get its own initiative, which is not a good roll, but that's okay because it's actually not starting off anyway. And then I think the Biza is actually going to use the rest of their movement to fly up onto. Let me see. That's what they're. Yeah, fly up onto the roof of the other building across this street here, like right there. So yeah, so I'm. You would be able to sort of see them up above the roof right there. Like I know that the line of sight probably won't let you see them on the map.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn that off because in some cases it makes sense and some doesn't. Okay. Yeah, that's what they do on their turn. Canthan, it is now your turn.
Okay. With a standing start, without a running start, my jump distance is 24 feet. So that's not good enough to cross that distance
Mm-mm.
without that. So I am going to move 10 feet back uh, uh, on this roof, and then take a running jump um, across to the other roof. But I
Mm-hmm.
need a dash action to get there.
Yeah. No, I buy all of that. That yeah. So you can land on the other side, but you had to use your dash action to do it.
Right. And and yeah, and it's and I was as a bonus action, I am
Didn't you
going
use your
to
bonus action to start the jump thing?
the jump spell lasts for a minute.
Okay, there you go.
As a bonus action, I am going to use my second wind
All right.
because I'm still injured from the last bite.
Okay.
So I get 8 hit points back.
Nice. Okay. Xenophon, it's your turn.
Okay, so can I see Canthan at this point?
I think you
I
probably.
just leaped over your head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
So
right,
I
right.
think
Oh,
I think you
okay.
probably don't have line of sight on him though, since
Okay.
he moved away from the.
Oh,
just the
but
right
he
on-
can hear. He can certainly hear me from now.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I'm going to give bardic inspiration to Canthan. Canthan, you can defeat this spirit, have some inspiration, and get it.
I hope
make
you can hear
through
it.
I hope you can hear it. Thank you. I hope you can hear it. So now since I'm 5th level, my bardic inspiration is 1d8. So
All right.
that might be useful. So
Yeah.
in the meantime, though, I see that specter though there, and I'm going to cast vicious mockery on it. You may be raised by the Biza, but you're still a loser and a Pisa. So wisdom saving throw on for the specter.
Okay. The specter looks really sad. Um, got a 6.
Okay,
On the wisdom
so
He says,
this,
"I'm only dead because you didn't save me."
well, it might be because it's save it, but it still takes 6 psychic damage and disadvantage on its next attack.
All right.
So that is the bard.
Okay. Well, it is in fact its turn now, and I think that it is going to come right for you, Xenophon.
Of course it is.
Why wouldn't it?
Why wouldn't it?
You just made fun of it for dying.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Wow. Okay. So even with disadvantage, it got an 18.
That will definitely hit the squishy bard.
That's another 12 necrotic damage for you, although obviously half that. But I need another Constitution saving throw.
All right, here we go. This might not be good, guys. No, that's not good. That's only a 10.
Well, 10 is actually just what you needed for the Spectre. It's higher for the Biza, but not for the Spectre.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'm
10
not
is a
liking it.
success. Yeah.
I'm not liking this at all.
Yeah.
The undead don't like the bard and his rhymes. I wonder
Yeah.
what's up with that.
All right, so the other guard is charging you, Exel.
He's afraid of me.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I hate that. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to rule that because I mean he's under the influence of poison that makes him beyond reason. I think that I feel like I'm going to rule in that case the fear doesn't apply to him. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah. So he's going to try to poke you with his spear. And he gets a 16 to do it.
Does not hit.
All right.
Let's see here.
Okay. So that was the guard. Dianok.
All right. Gonna go ahead and throw fire at the specter.
All right.
11.
11 misses.
Nah, don't. And yeah, that's yeah. Gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. Get yeah, there. Yeah.
All right. Exel, your turn.
Alrighty. He's up close and personal. Darn. You guys got up close to me. Crap. 'Cause that and let's see here. What's that range on that? 10 feet. Actually, haha, I will take that attack of opportunity. And I will move here.
Okay. So the guard is gonna try to poke you with the spear again.
That's fine.
Yeah. 12
Does not hit.
does not hit.
And I will cast Arms of Hadar.
Okay.
Okay, what's that one?
It is you see the spectral form of his weird zombie form sprouts these tendrils of darkness that go out 10 feet in all directions
Mm-hmm.
and slam.
Xenophon's in that range.
Yeah, you're gonna hit the squishy bard.
Is he? I thought I
10 feet.
10 feet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
2 squares.
And Dianok too.
Mm-hmm. Now, but if
Could
you
make a
went
step-
if you went one more square south, they wouldn't be.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see these arms batter the specter and the guard. They have to make a DC 14 strength check.
Okay. First the guard. 18.
That
That's
passes.
Okay. And then the specter. 5.
Alrighty. If on a failed save, they take 2d6 necrotic damage and can't take reactions until the next turn. On a successful save, they only take half damage.
Okay. Well, the specter
then-
is immune to necrotic damage, so it's fine. But the guard will take the half, right?
Yep, he'll take 3 points and can't take any reactions.
Okay. Yeah, you killed him.
Whoops.
And it gave another thing for the specter for the spirit to raise.
What I'll say is that he theoretically, like, he's unconscious and not dying, but that could change really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. But yeah, he is dying, not stable. Okay. It is the bees' turn, and you are right there for it. Can't then.
Okay. Yeah.
It's gonna try to life drain you.
Okay.
16.
16 does not hit.
You guys and your stupid armor classes.
Would have when it was in my chainmail, but now I got my prince mail, split mail,
Mhm.
so it missed.
Yeah, and it's gonna look at that halberd and say, and try to fly away. So you do get your
Okay.
opportunity attack.
Okay.
You know what? It should have disengaged, but we'll see how this goes.
25 to hit for 8 slashing.
That's just enough.
Oh,
Because in fact, because the 8 is halved, but it
Yeah.
had 4 hit points. So it's trying to flee from you, but you slice its incorporeal form in twain, and it just dissipates, saying, it dissipates. I must near an Argus robot. They killed me, and then it disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Before the spell wears off, I'll jump down off the building.
Well, we're not out of initiative.
yeah, we still
okay.
there's
The
still a
specter's still up.
sitting
It
there.
did not go
All
away.
right, all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it's my turn then, right?
I mean, oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
All right. Well, then I will jump down off the building. 10, 20, 25. I'll jump down here,
Mhm.
woof, and take a swipe at that specter.
All right.
23 for 11 to hit.
Yeah.
Critical for 16 points of damage.
Let's see. Yeah. So it's still only gonna take half of that.
Yep. And as a bonus action, I will smack it with the butt of my polearm
Mm-hmm.
with an 11.
11 misses.
Okay.
All right. Xenophon, your turn.
All right. I'm going to disengage and move away from this thing because I am squishy and don't want to die. So disengage and move to here. And I have one more. Let's see, who's next to me on the initiative tracker? Dia.
I should have used
Yeah.
my inspiration on that last attack.
You should have. You should have an inspiration. I'm gonna
I-
give an inspiration to Dianok. Dianok, your wizard wood elf uncompared. Why don't you kill this specter so we can no longer at its stare? So you have inspiration.
Okay.
All right. Well, it is the Spectre's turn, and
Yep.
I'm afraid it's fixated on you, Xenophon.
Oh dear God!
Because you made
Okay,
fun
should
of
have
it for
expected
dying.
this. I did. So
We get an opportunity attack from Canthan. Wait, no. Yeah, you had your turn.
Because
so
I've had
you-
my turn
yeah.
since then, yes.
Yeah, so you can try it.
A 15.
15 does hit, but 7 reduced to 3 isn't enough to finish it off.
no. It's
So the Spectre is definitely chasing after Xenophon.
after the port bar.
You should all really be grateful because it can only do necrotic damage, and Xenophon is resistant to that. So what are you complaining about, huh? It gets a 22 to hit.
Yes, it'll hit me for
So
sure.
it would be 11, so you get half that to 5, but I do need another Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. All right. This is what I'm worried about. Oh, 22. I guess I passed
think
that
you're
one.
fine. Okay. The other guard. Let's see.
They're both dead.
Well, one of them is unconscious. Just.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We'll see though.
Oh, yeah.
Dianok, your turn.
Okay. I know it'll be at disadvantage, but I will go ahead and toss a firebolt.
Okay.
Up, natural 1.
Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
You know what? I will back up to see if
Okay.
take the attack of opportunity.
It tries. It gets a 15.
That does not hit, no.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just kind of go this way.
Okay.
And end my turn.
All right. Axel, your turn.
Let's see here. What do I want to do? You know what? We will give it a shot, and I will. Hold on, let's see how far. Okay, that. Then that's only 20 feet. Then I will move here,
Mm-hmm.
and I will Eldritch Blast.
Okay, it's disadvantage when you do it from right up in adjacent instead of at range.
You know what? I'll take that.
Okay.
I'll risk that. 13.
13 does hit.
All right. He takes 2 points of force, but he's wisdom safe.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
So 2 points is not enough to destroy it, and it gets a 12 on its wisdom save.
He is afraid of me.
Yeah,
He's not afraid of me.
Yeah, but he can't move closer.
but-
That's why I moved next to
has
you.
disadvantage on its attacks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
more importantly, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
ah.
Okay, so Kenthan, your turn.
I am going to kneel down, pull out my healer's kit, and use a charge from it to stabilize that guard.
Okay. So now he's just unconscious and not dying anymore. Okay.
And then I'll take my move action to get up in its place.
All right. That makes it your turn, Xenophon.
All right, I'm going to try to mock this thing again. You chase me, Dread Spectre, and try to drain my life, but you should get a life yourself and have a good night.
I
Oh God.
had one. He got an 18 on his wisdom save.
Yeah, yeah. So my vicious mockery was not so vicious.
You just enraged it.
I just you maddened it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's turn. It's good.
Yeah.
So disadvantage, but it's still trying to get you
Still trying to kill me.
7.
No, even that won't hit me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is not a tough creature. You guys are having a hard time with this guy. Deanoch, your turn.
Okay, can I go here where I can get a better line of sight?
Mm-hmm.
Burn. 25.
Okay, that hits.
6 damage.
Okay. Well, that would be halved, but it had 3 hit points. So your firebolt burns it away.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
And it is actually right at about that time that Kala is her hypnosis is kind of wearing off, but she is. I'll say she is tied up enough, but I will also just kind of briefly maybe complain. I think that does it actually make sense that even an adventurer could actually successfully tie someone up in one round?
Well, I figure it's like, something where just like loop around the.
I know.
Loop,
I'm
loop.
just saying that, like, I'm trying to envision even a person who knows how to do it pulling rope out of a backpack and successfully tying up someone in 6 seconds. I just don't believe it.
Like,
But
watch a rodeo.
well, okay, yeah, but
Yeah.
do they have
But
to? Do they get it out of their backpack
yeah, that's also like that's like
and
super
run 30 feet?
specialized.
Oh, and then
Yeah.
do it in 6 seconds? I don't know.
But-
Like that, and that's with a prepared rope, right? Like that's anyway. I'm not disputing it now. I'm just saying that, like, I can't think of a good way to mechanically make it just take longer than that because D&D isn't made for that. But
We need to invest Canthan into some more nets for him.
Yeah.
Like, we just have
Networks.
we do have a bag of holding. We can get some more nets.
Yeah. Anyway.
yeah. So I think that it seems that Kala has broken free of her hypnosis, but as she's kind of looking around and seeing everything that's happened and that she's tied up, she just looks sullen and kind of is like obviously at your mercy, but sulking and just won't make eye contact.
Exel will move up to her and say, "We know what happened. I'm assuming that Phantom was your mother."
When you say that, she looks up at you and saying, "What?"
A being, when we subdued you, came out of you and attacked us, and it started screaming the names of those that murdered it.
I made a bargain with a spirit, but why do you say it was my mother?
And Exel will explain basically, what he was told about Proud,
Eden.
Eden.
Well, yeah.
Proud
So
Eden.
I mean, so you say all that, and like she knows that part,
Yeah.
but what she didn't know was that the spirit, like they killed me, that sort of thing. But actually, so I'm not sure what your goal there was exactly, but she is more upset and angry now, not less.
Yeah. See, well, in Exel's mind, he thought she summoned it. Like,
No, I
that
mean
this
that's
was like-
fair, but I'm saying
Yeah.
that you miscalculated. She didn't know
Right.
that. Now it's worse.
right.
Yeah.
and
Oh,
and he says, this was an injustice, and they will be brought to justice. But death,
I when you say that, she gives you just this look of just like, come on,
and
will they?
and he looks at her as the dread form's fading, and he's just like, yes, that's what we're here for, to figure out what was going on. I will actually make a persuasion
I
check.
think,
Like
yeah,
he's
I think she just,
yeah.
I no, I don't think she's persuadable of this right
okay.
now. I don't think it can be done because essentially, like, she didn't jump to this course of action, for nothing, right? Like,
Yeah.
and so I think when you say it, we that's what we're here for. I think she just gives you a, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. And I don't think that's going to happen today. And in fact, actually, I think as she says that, you all hear coming from the parade grounds, you see that Samira is approaching with a whole bunch of guards that seem to be
Oh,
securing the.
here we go. Here we go. This be fun.
um Ixel actually kind of it's not an aggressive stance, but he does take up a position in front of um, uh, Kala as they're coming around, because he definitely seems to he's getting the picture that because this is an organization of very rich people, they definitely have the ability to make people disappear,
Hmm.
especially if they've been trying to kill them.
And Samira is just is and approaching and says, "Well, you've certainly found yourself at the center of another attack. Can I ask for an explanation?"
Proud Eden is the center of it.
Who is that?
You should ask your leader.
I'm asking you.
Well, she was a witch that your leader made a deal with in exchange for handing over the leaders and most of the rest your of your fellows made a deal with in order to create the jelly flower.
Hmm.
A bargain that was not kept, and the poisoned fruit of not keeping that bargain what what has been plaguing your city. Killing instead of giving the witch the firstborn as was promised, she was killed, and the poisoned fruit of that was a dread spirit which has been aiding to infect the city and hurt your children and innocents around them.
And not to mention all of your predecessors in the Kings of Coin agreed to kill this woman who was her mother.
These are extreme allegations.
These are no allegations. We just fought the spirit of her mother, and she was screaming the names of her murderers.
That's all well and good, but could you produce this spirit to testify at a trial?
I don't think any of us have that skill.
Well, we do have her daughter.
She looks over
Oh,
at Kala.
Oh,
oh, oh, oh!
That the
Excel has
sensient long thing only works
Yeah.
on the remembered.
No, no.
Okay. We specifically, well, okay. It can't be for anyone though. It has to be the person that you were, yeah. It doesn't have to happen on that night, but it does have to be
Oh.
for the person that you were honoring when you did the ritual. Can't just be random people.
oh,
Ah,
nice try.
Oh,
yeah, would have been nice.
Sorry.
oh,
Yeah.
that would've been good. Ah,
that would have been one heck of a
it would have.
Hmm.
That'd have been a good little layover. Oh man.
she just looks over at Kala and just says, "Did they tell the truth of it?" And Kala just kind of gives a sullen shrug, like whatever. Um,
Tell her the truth. It's your only chance for justice. It may not be a good chance, but it's there.
I think she just looks up at all of you and just says, "How about my mother back?" No?
You don't have that ability.
I shake my head sadly.
Well, then stop trying to make me accept something less. She just kind of sinks back into herself. And Samira says, "It would not normally be my inclination to allow a poisoner who has left innocent deaths in her wake to go free. However, there is no question in my mind that if she were to remain anywhere in this vicinity, the other kings of coin will see to it that she does not survive the night."
We could take her to the Radiant Citadel. And at least you'll know the truth.
Is there no other evidence you can provide to support these accusations, which are, as I remind you, extreme?
Uh, you, if you speak to Marcus Ruba, he would.
He,
Uh,
he's the one who told us about it.
He's the one who told us this dread tale.
Yes, he confessed it in the at the bar before we came here.
Very well.
There is one other additional bit of curiosity, Lady Samira. When when the spirit was at its height, screaming the names of the kings of coin that it was set against, curiously, it omitted one name of the kings of coin from its list of targets and victims, and that name was yours.
Well, I would expect it to omit mine. I was not yet amongst their number when this would have occurred.
ah,
This is all
so there
news to
wouldn't.
me. I was not involved. Did you
Very
well.
suspect some more
Reasonable.
ulterior motive or reason?
No, I just these dread matters when dread oaths are taken and names are left out. I just found it curious. You have a point,
Well, I
however.
hope then that my name's omission sets your mind at ease that I was not myself part of that conspiracy.
Indeed, but you should. But pursuant to our previous conversation regarding the future of the Kings of Coin, you should be
Mm-hmm.
careful of your fellows.
Well, no question about that. My proposal to you is this: I will pay you the agreed upon sum, and I believe that I can provide, yes, a bag of holding as well. And I will allow you, at your own discretion, to take this woman into your own custody. Elsewise, I will deal with her as I see fit. But I will remind you, wronged as she may have been, she is a murderer, and not merely of those who wronged her.
Indeed. I'll turn towards her. Will you come with us?
She's, I think, right now just kind of in a,
Okay.
like she's in a state, right?
Oh,
Like
okay. She's non
she
compos
kind
mentis. Got
of,
it.
well, no, I don't mean she's like in shock. I mean she's like, you have denied her the revenge that she made the sole point of her existence. She's not happy about it. So she's kind of just like, you know. So while we understand in the meta that you all are well meaning here, from her perspective, Oh, we stopped you from carrying out the revenge you wanted and destroyed the spirit that we're telling you after the fact was your mother. You want to come with us? She's not thrilled about that, honestly. Like, so she's
Yeah,
kind of just
yeah,
shrugging,
Yeah.
like, fine, okay, but she's not, like, giving you a lot of warm
right,
feelings.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, again, it's like, it's the sort of thing that perhaps later, upon more reflection, she might find it in her heart to be somewhat grateful to you, but not right now.
No.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think we need to get her out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
She says, uh, I will arrange some individuals to bring you your payment at the city gates. They will be there when you arrive. I suspect that you should not remain here any longer. And when she says here, she means gestures like at this
Yeah.
this pier.
Yes.
I will see to it that justice is done to the other kings of coin.
Please do.
Um, I think if anyone wants to make an insight check, you may.
Yeah, I'll make an insight check.
Yep.
I'm not good at it, but I'll give it a shot.
I am good at it, and I'm going to do it.
see if
Oh, but I
Okay.
see if I got a 2.
Yeah.
I got a 19.
Yeah.
Got 13.
Right. Yeah. So I think she seems sincere enough to everyone for the most part, but Exel, I think there's just maybe a recognition in you that I mean, it's not that she doesn't mean it, but her vision of the outcome, the resulting outcome here probably isn't what everyone else would think should be. It would probably be more along the lines of she will use this in order to achieve more political power for herself and less for them as a result, but that does not mean putting them in prison or something.
I do have a question for Kala, but I'll wait until we're not in earshot of our
So here's the question. As far as moving with her towards the city gates, I mean, are you keeping her tied up? Is she just bound at the hands? Like, how is that? How are you doing that? She doesn't seem to be struggling right now, but
If nobody has has anything
mean,
to say against it, Dinak will untie her and get her rope back, and as she's doing so, say, if you do run, meet us at the gate towards the Concord Gem, and we will bring you with us. And yeah, but untie her and not try and stop her from leaving.
mm-hmm. She seems, at least for the moment, like she's not trying to run away.
Okay.
Well, then I guess I will say once we start moving towards the city gate, but out of ear and line of sight of Aura, I will ask her, do you know of how this flower was created? And if you do, could you get rid of it?
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Huh.
I think she doesn't say anything, but when she looks at you, you see a determination in her eyes, and she says, "I'm sure gonna try."
Because I will be honest with you. I thought better of their head of security, but it seems like even her, a new member of this crew, has political greed, just as they had wealth greed. And that came at the sacrifice of your mother. And as someone who has not much family, if any at all, I can understand the weight of losing someone like that. But for them, losing that thing that gave them that wealth may be some form of recompense for me.
You want to help me?
I look around at everyone else.
I give a nod.
Yes.
She's looking around, and everyone's kind of reacting that way. He says, "I'll be honest. Not what you call a team player.
It's still a
But it
little new
sounds
for
like
us
she's
too.
giving you a bunch of gold. Give me some of that. Let me slip into the jungle when we get out of the city gates. That's how you can help me."
Fair enough.
I look around at everyone else because I'm like, because I do not get the inclination that Ara will be using this to get justice. I think it'll be more of a positioning bargaining chip for her.
Hmm.
She may be the best of this lot, but she's still
If
part of the system.
Yeah, and here's another thing to consider. If what you want is to get revenge on those people, what they want more than anything else is power. And if they're like most people in power, their children are means to an end as much as they are family members. They don't mean as much to them as your mother meant to you. So the thing to do to get revenge on them is to take away what they like most. And that's going to be wealth and power, not any particular individual around them.
Because if you kill one of their children, they can just make another.
So
I think she is like looking around at you and just saying, "Look, I'm not trying to turn away help, but I'm also going to encourage you to not tell me how to take out my own revenge.
yeah.
I've
If
been
what you
thinking
want is
about this
revenge
for a
rather
lot."
than justice, if you want what you want is revenge rather than justice, then I don't think we can help you.
We're interested in justice, not revenge, to be
So
clear.
so I think the Radiant Citadel is going to be a better place for you than here.
What they promised my mother was their children. How is it not justice that they be asked to pay the price that they agreed to before they killed her?
Because one, you're outnumbered, outgunned, and outmatched. Two, again, so what if you kill their firstborn? They can just make more. Like, you might have the satisfaction of taking that toll on them, but in the grand scheme of things, sure, they may hurt for a time, but in the end, they'll just keep making money off your mother's murder. This is why I think destroying the flower, the jelly flower, is the best option.
That's what I was talking about doing next. But now you're starting to get all confused because you all haven't been thinking about this like I have. I didn't ask for your help before, but you offered, and I told you how you could do it. You can either do that or you can let me go.
If your next goal is to destroy the jelly flower, then I say we should let her get to it. That I feel like that would be justice.
As do I. But if you go about this the murderous way, I'm sure it will come back to the Radiant Citadel and we will be back again.
Simply a warning.
Warning received.
Are we all in agreement? I look at Canthan.
Yeah, I suppose.
So
I
as you get to the gates, there's some soldiers there who look like they were told to not ask questions. Um, they hand you a little trunk that has 800 gold in it, and then there's uh, you know what? Actually, I think. And there's also a bag of holding, and they say that we didn't just put it in the bag because
Hmm.
we thought
Harder to
you
count.
needed to
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah.
So I think we
Right.
just
We'll
take
accept
it
that
out.
and leave town.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. And once we are out of sight of the the gate, we'll let her off into the jungle.
Were you
You're
gonna?
Are
give
we
her some
going
of
to
the.
pass off any of the money? I-
Yeah.
I'm okay with letting go of 20 gold of mine.
Yeah. I'll let go
Yeah.
to mine.
Yeah, if we each give 20, that's 80 gold for it. That's
Yeah.
so,
All right.
That's it. That's a good
That's
stuff.
that's a
Size of the chunk.
that's a sum.
She doesn't look
Okay.
overly grateful, but she takes it.
No.
And then I think she, once you've handed it over, she doesn't make much about the pleasantries. She just disappears into the
it
jungle.
just disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Farewell.
Yeah.
This was tricky.
Yeah.
I think as you're making your way back to where the Concord gem can pick you up, you discover that also in the bag of holding is 6 flasks of jelly wine.
Oh,
I was going to ask about buying some
Wow.
on our way out, but yeah, there we
Yeah.
go.
And I think that's maybe a good point to go ahead and end our adventure for tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you guys if I could buy those bottles off of you out of my share.
Okay.
I mean, I think jelly wine can be bought too. Like it's not rare. Or
No,
anything.
yeah, but it could very well become
could be more
rare.
rare.
Come on, if we go.
Yeah.
Canthan's looking to make an investment.
It's a little insider trading.
Yeah. Deanoch doesn't really like it, so
Yeah.
I'll
see,
take-
see if
I'll
one
take
is
money
still not.
instead.
Yeah,
That's kind of funny. It's the D&D version of insider trading.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, I think we will leave it there for tonight then, and we will not have a game next week because I will be out of town. But in the meantime, I hope everybody has a good 2 weeks, and then we will return for more adventure on so many levels.
How many levels?
So many levels.